Launching Silent Hill F. Yeah. Give it a second. Ah. So, last time I went on, I rambled for a good 5 to 10 minutes about a very, very critical detail about this game. Last time we found last time we completed the school, we did another nightmare, or Spirit Realm venture, and we also did the forest area of Silent Hill F. And after being chased by the fog monster, who interestingly enough stopped at a Torii gate, we ended up at Shu's house. And it was at Shu's house that we found his shed where he makes pills, custom handmade pills for Hinako here. Give everything a minute to load in. Now the pills... One second, let me grab my controller. The pills were made with peony. A mix of peony and the other thing. Kutsu. Now, interestingly enough, if you look up Kutsu on Google Images, you find that it as a species has a tendency to coil and completely cover whatever it grows near. It's considered an invasive species, is my understanding, but the red flowers that sprout around Silent Hill and cover things looks like Kutsu. Just red. Blood red. These doors are. Check left last time. Here's this door here. And the Kutsu root is used in the pills made for Hinako, along with the white peony. The other thing, I missed this, but I was going over my VOD, as I normally do. Usually I go over every VOD that I make just to look for things I can clip and look. Alright, bitch. Is that a dancer? Yeah, it's a dancer. Gotcha. Okay. What was I talking about? I forgot already. The peony and the Kutsu, right? I was going over my VOD and I noticed that I missed this initially. Shu has white flowers growing near his pond, and he's also grinding them up into... oh, fuck. He's grinding them up and putting them in the pills. I don't know if he thinks those are peonies, but there's a subplot of sorts throughout Silent Hill as a series about white flowers called White Claudia that have hallucinogenic effects. In their seeds specifically. Okay, I don't need to heal. I do need to hurry along though. So there's a monster here. Now the question is Shu aware of what he's giving to Hinako? That's the big question, is he aware? Really need that. I'm gonna assume these other doors are locked, but there is stairs here. Man.
ここだ、ひなこ。
はい。今、参ります。
Is this a nine-tailed fox? 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't quite count. Oh, there's 2 of them. A red one and a white one. The white one is ripping off the face of this woman. That's good. Oh, there's multiple foxes. There's 3 foxes. A white one and 2 red ones. Imagery and symbolism is a strong tool that Silent Hill developers always like to use, so... If you didn't trust the fox before, I don't know how you can trust him after seeing that image. It's in his temple, man. I'm not gonna quite follow him yet. I'm curious what's over here. Kashi. Another door to confuse you. Okay, these things work by sounds, so if I'm quiet, I think I can just sneak past him. I don't want to fight him if I don't have to. Given the limited resources in this game. Ah, the dancers, I'm not gonna have a choice though. Okay, so there's gonna be one over here. Figures as much. This dancer might come back to get me, but yeah, she was sus as fuck. I don't know if he knows that, if he's deliberately doing this shit. Antique comb. Oh man. I would find a fucking comb here. Rabuni gives me sanity. Okay. Rabuni is worse than Divine Water, so I'm gonna replace that. Some real con. Oh mama. Gotcha. Leg up. Leg up is the counter. That is going to be very important in the future, because I've always had trouble with the dancers. I keep calling them dancers, more like fencers, I guess, but... It's just that I'm reminded of the dancer from, the dancer boss in Dark Souls 3. Okay, here we go. Easy does it. Fuck, wrong way. The save spot's way back there. I'm not even gonna bother. I'll be honest. I'll just use what I have. I went up that way, but what if I go this way? I'm gonna assume they go the same area. Maybe. There's a save spot up here, though. Let us pray. The other thing I can't quite decide is if Inari is an actual entity. Now, Silent Hill is... The supernatural shit that happens in Silent Hill is very, very real. Obviously with a significant psychological horror aspect to it. I don't have any ammo. I have a lot of faith, though. What's that? Not about that. There we go. How much do these cost? 1,100? Curious if I should just go ahead and get the increased slot next. Well, stamina and health's always good. I assume I can't open this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can't decide if Inari is an actual entity. He could be just because Hanako is getting drugged to shit by Shu. And that's how she sees Shu in her dream state, I suppose, is the best way to put it. Because she does describe him as prince-like, and Shu and Foxmask are the only guys that, well, the only characters, really, that she doesn't have an issue with. Although, as we saw in her last nightmare, after you execute Shu, Hanako's not quite herself. She didn't really kill them, but it's mostly symbolic of her, the paranoia she's feeling around these people, around these kids. Jesus. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna fucking die is what's gonna happen. Okay, there's an enemy on the left there. Good to know. If I can get that counter off, these things are a joke. Doom, doom. Let's try this again. I might use my my bandages. Nah, it's a waste. I don't want to overheal. It's a waste of good assets. Okay, one on the left, one on the right. Gotcha. Interesting. So a counter takes 4 attacks after 4 follow-ups. The power attack, not the heavy attack, but the charged up. Jesus. Of course, there would be a tonsil here. Yeah, it's so fucking sad, isn't it? Okay. Now I have reason to use this. Gotcha. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the scream. And the fucking golem came up. What the fuck, man? Ah! Oh! I think it's a good time to run. Oh, I would run, but I can't. That's not nice. Okay, bye-bye. I have a horse charm, so... The golem can... Oh! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there. I can't see that camera. I'm gonna die. Oh no. Five, 6, 7, 8. Gotcha. Okay, I can go get that carcass at least, because I drank a tea. Thank you. Bye-bye. What? Combat? Don't hit the fucking corner. I hit the fucking corner. It was the bane of my existence in fucking Dark Souls. The fact that you can't hit walls, but enemies can do it willy-nilly, so fuck you. In particular. There we go, it's fucking dead. Can I please go through this door now? Jesus, man. Oh, the leg switch. Here we go. Crazy. Super crazy. Monaco, easy there.
私はここだ。ずっと君といる。
はい。
Red, what the fuck? Is that an arm? That's the arm of that thing that I grabbed earlier. Last time. These shrine maidens. Is that Sakuko? Two of them. Three of them. Yeah, there was a note earlier that said that one of the royal physicians was giving meds to some of the servants, and they were described as crawling around on all fours like an animal. And his fear of bringing up superstition. What the fuck? Oh no. It's just like the image. Oh, holy shit, look at that thing. That is going to hurt. That's going to hurt a lot. Why does she remove their arm? She's gonna remove her own arm? Oh, Jesus. Luckily it's just a dream, right? Right? She's actually gonna do it. And how can you out of your goddamn fucking mind? Oh my. Shit. Oh. Another one. The other part of the image had them ripping off her face. Is her face next? Oh, God. Oh. That's gotta sting. Oh, I hate it off. Good God almighty. We're gonna put that arm on her? What is that arm? I thought that was what grabbed her the last time she got knocked out, the fog monster's arm. They're sewing it on. New guide. Welcome back, new guide. And thank you for the taxation, as I call it. She's not even crying, she's just completely fine. No big deal. Just switching the armor on, you know. Her arm is very hairy. Is that her Gunnar arm? Look at the muscles on that thing, damn. And she passed out. I mean, she did just remove her fucking arm with a bone saw, so. I get to use the arm? Or is this like a cutscene thing?
痛み止めは施した。まだ痛むか。
Painkillers. Fucking devil trigger over here. She's got fucking the Nero arm.
引きつる感じがするだけです。
My arm feels a bit tense.
行きましょう。次。
The next one. Next one's the face, isn't it? I was on the image.
はい。大丈夫です。
What the fuck? Oh shit, do I actually get to use this? Oh, come on. Yes, yes.
美しい。
It's a beautiful arm, she says. Fox arm. My right arm, now replaced with the arm of a fox. The ferocity of a wild beast rests within. Soul Siphon. Hold X near enemies who have been rendered inanimate to use Soul Siphon. This will prevent enemies from regain. Oh, L2 and L1. Decimate enemies with a razor sharp claws. Enemies defeated by a focus attack with the fox arm will not reanimate. Interesting. Oh my god. Holy shit. So what does this translate to in the real world? Oh, Jesus. Divine water. Shriveled Abura Age. Is there a save shrine? Might be one up there. Foxes. Look at the foxes are flexing their arms. Check out these guns. Okay.
よく頑張ったね。
Thank you, Han Jungi. Yeah, I just said it's like this is our Gunnar arm, right? Look at it, look at the muscles. It's covered in hair.
The tube.
Oh, thank you for the tube. We're gonna need this. This is very fitting. Tack up buff. Can I get the Gunnar arm? Okay. I want that money thing, but oh, there's a shrine right here, right? Nah, that's just a torch. What the fuck? Can I go back? I hope I can go back. I'm not locking myself out of shit. So, because the dried food is worth a lot of faith. Oh, it's on, bitch. It's fucking on. Areas have been rendered inanimate won't reanimate yet. Use the fox arm, hold X near enemies who have been rendered inanimate to use Soul Siphon. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna use up my sanity just yet, but come here! Ugh. Okay, now I siphon. Silent Hill has done what I always wanted them to. Take the mechanic from Soul Reaver and implement it in combat. Shit. Bandage. Okay, I'm going to clear this area and run back after that other thing. Oh, he just forced open the doors now. Here we go. I'm not locked in here with you. Oh! You're locked in here with me. This is my dream. My story. Ugh. Oh, goodness. Now die. Give me your soul. I also saw him pull my devil trigger. Pull my devil trigger. You got the devil arm in. My fox trigger. One more door to reach the safe spot. And from there, I can run back, sell that treasure. Okay, I want to sell this, and I want to sell this. No Emma's yet, which sucks, but whatever. Okay, now I'm gonna run all the way back and grab that Buddha Age. Nah. Too slow. Too slow. Come get it. Come get it. I want your soul. Foolish monsters. Who's the coward now? Maybe I should stream DMC 5? Oh, dude. I would sit it. I would watch that. I love Devil May Cry 5. I feel like in DMC 5, Nero actually took me the longest to get used to his gameplay. It was kind of different from 4. I think it's because his arm is like a resource, like an ammo resource of sorts almost. It kind of fucked me up a little bit. Dante was Dante, so he was easy to pick up. V was interesting too. I think V was actually the most fun I had in that game too. Other than Virgil. But Virgil didn't get released till later, so. As he normally does. He always comes out with a special edition. Okay, I have the shriveled relic. Need my big hairy goon arm. I'm ready. A free attack up buff. Okay. Bandage. Don't need that. Don't want that. And I know the pills are a gameplay mechanic, but they weren't all that strong to begin with, so. And for story reasons, I don't think I won't use them unless I absolutely have to. So I want to sell this. Oh, fuck yeah. 500 faith. Nice. Ah, just in time I can get... No, I don't have the Emma. That's right. Okay. I have enough faith to get another Omamori slot, which is going to be very helpful, because Horse... Wait, this is Mantis. Where's Horse? I guess I don't need Horse. Horse is busted. Increase focus chart. That would be strong too in combat. I like this one though, the Mantis. Because countering is just strong in general in this game. Okay, so there's a door west that I won't take. Reason to go back. Yeah, so we're gonna go west. This way, right? This way. I better save. Better to save. I'm sure there's something gonna jump down at me. This time it doesn't look like. Alright. What do we have here? Housemaid's note. However, the child she carried was unmistakably a descendant of the Tsunekis, and their blood lies in wait for tragedy to strike. It is only a matter of time before that child exacts their revenge. I believe that the next time there is turmoil within the Tsuneki family, that child will make their move. Tsunekis? Naku's a Shimizu, so what? Journal. Who's the Tsunekis? She was at Hawaii. Sakuko Igarashi. Rinko Nishita. Yoko married into Kanuta. Then who's the Tsuneki? That's a new name then. A crow. Restores health after defeating an enemy. Oh. That one would also be good, because I might not necessarily kill with the Mantis. But I will definitely kill the crow attached. The crow equipped. Nothing else in here. There's a lot of fox masks here. Sunekis. I don't need to go... Was there a door at the north side? I remember there being a shrine there. That's where the golem was pacing back and forth. Here now, though. There's dancers here, though. 2 dancers. Anything over here? Nah. Just the 2 dancers. Okay. Yeah, right. Come on. Slap! Shine! Give me your soul. Oh, yes. Now it's on. This thing has a massive stagger, too. Soul siphon. Nice. Oh, that heals, too. Oh, no, that's the crow. That's right. Are you gonna watch the anime City at some point? Is that the one that you, made by the Nichijou writer? Can I... See, there's a pathway behind it, but... Yeah, okay. Is it like a funny, or is it like sorry, is it a funny? Is it a funny? Is it a comedy? Or is it like a serious, or? I saw there was that other anime too. It's called Nichi Bros, or it's known as Nichi Bros, but it's supposed to be funny as well. I want to go back. Sort of Nichijou where it's half comedy, half inspiration. Okay, I see. Yeah, I'd watch that. I really liked Nichijou. Nichijou was fucking hilarious. I still think of the expired melon bread every once in a while. Like, it just pops into my head. Like, I'm not doing anything else. I'm just sitting there and then expired melon bread. Okay, I'm sure there's a significance to these red walls, but I don't quite know what it is. God is dead. Kamiwa Shinda. Where's some? What's a golem? The golems are easy. That is not. That's not good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gotcha. Oh. Oh, that hurts. I want to leave now. I want to go bye-bye. Heal, 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 heal. And that's the end of my stream. I've embarrassed myself significantly. We're done here. I brought great dishonor to the Forts of Iron Aim. At least I know where I have to go now. Oh, I didn't even see this. Thy lovely silver arm grows strong. Thy figure no longer mortal but divine. Unto thy limb has the power of purification been bestowed. Grace us now with thy newfound strength. It's a very odd way to say that, you got the good arm. No, I heard that. What? Is there another one? There is. I like that I can do the same bullshit they do. They will hit me behind them, and I can hit them behind me. That's good. I'm gonna fucking die. Ah, that delay, man. That delay is crazy. Stop wasting my time. Give me your souls. Do I not have the crow? Oh, that's not good. Okay, let's go get the crow. Crow is this way. Okay, there wasn't shit in that northern chamber, so I'm not gonna clear that just yet. Bro. Yes. Let's save real fast. Okay, so southeast. No. This way. Okay, there's a dancer somewhere. Where is she? She's attacking from behind last time, right? Over here? I bet she's up in the fucking corner, isn't she? Waiting for me to pull the golem. Sucks. Okay. Where are you, bitch? I might have even actually just killed her. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There. The best thing about this arm is it doesn't fucking hit walls. So I'm not fucking getting staggered by goddamn walls. There's no reason to open this door, but I'm gonna open this door. Just out of spite. Just out of fucking spite. And Nova checks in. Welcome, Nova. You didn't see it last time, Nova. Shu is sus as fuck. The boy, he is... I'm almost certain he's drugging Hinako here with those red pills of his. Next ritual's this way. Now, on that last painting, she had her face ripped off. They're all sus at this point, yeah. Oh, there it is. She's got no face. Oh no, her, is that her spine? Got flowers growing out of her back. That is a slick, that would be a sick tattoo. Look at that shit. Oh, it hurt like fuck, though. But that'd be a cool, oh god, more red pills. Okay, I can, do I want to sell this? I better hold that for just in case. I have more than enough faith. New tattoo idea, yeah. Are they sus, or is Hinako just being beaten to the point of mental illness? Both? Her dad beats her. Her dad beats her, her friend drugs her, and her other friends bully her. She is not having a good time here. Okay, I saved, so check my assets. Health. Okay. Alright. 1960s woman moments. Got more puzzles. Solve for me? What are you talking about? I was doing fine. I solved them. The SOS one doesn't count, though. That one I already knew the answer to. I was just waiting to see if you knew. I don't want to leave anyone left out. Oh god, another pregnancy monster! Kill the pregnancy! Kill it! Oh shit. That's very bad. Oh. Very bad indeed. Oh, there goes my neck. No. Whatever, man. Okay, I need to equip my... I need to eat candy. Kill the pregnancy. Don't fucking scream. Oh god. Should really eat candy. But I got tea here. Got an umami flavor. I cast birth control. Oh! He spat in my face. Scratch the belly. Who's got your belly? Oh god. Ah, I just gave birth all over the floor. Oh my fucking god damn it. I'm gonna fight two dancers now. That's beautiful. And the scream. Tanaka, you are getting your ass fucking beat. That monster is made out of tits and boobs. Those aren't tits, man. Those are bellies. The ones at the top might be tits. Okay, that's one. Okay, I would love to just heal. No, I don't get to. I'm not allowed to heal. Healless run. Lifeless run now. Okay, I need to eat the candy. I need candy. Where's the candy? I don't know if I have candy. Higurashi, here it is. Or Higashi. Skaven Broodmother. It does, actually, yeah. I did not want to use that. That's amazing. Okay, candy eaten. It's time, bitch. Oh my goodness. Okay. Kill mobs first. Fuck this fucking boss. You hit me through that. Okay. Alright. Stop fucking giving birth, man. That hit me? Now I gotta fight another one. Incredible. Be scared. Be fucking scared. I got my good arm. That's the pregnancy. Okay, I can counter the belly swing. I don't think I would ever say those words in that order. Of course. Okay, so 3 swings kills that thing. 9. You still hit me? The dodging in this game is a little... I don't know, man. You get a perfect dodge, it seems like you would just be invincible, right? But last time I played this, I actually hit a perfect dodge, and I still got hit in the same attack. It was fucked. I don't think I have enough. Yeah, I don't have enough for a charge attack. Ew. I hate the noise it makes, like... I actually took a shit on the floor rather than she actually, like, hurt something. Enough with the screams. You vile bitch. Okay, it's fucking dead. Pregnancy is dead. No babies. No more fucking babies. No more bellies. Does she hide anything? First aid kit, excellent. Perfect. Which I will equip. Out of chocolate we have Hikashi. We did a chat. We defeated pregnancy. The pregnancy monster. What was that? I better save. The fight was a little rough. Oh, the Talisman Sue you in. Okay. The baby emoji. We defeated the baby emoji. Still no Emma's either. This sucks. Would love to have a second charm. Baby memes. Sus man, yeah. Never trust a man you can't see his face. Is that a brand? We're gonna brand her fucking back? Here, bite down on this. No? Was she Billy Big Balls now? She's just gonna scream? Punch her teeth? You can lose her teeth like this. Oh god, this is gonna... You thought tattoos were bad. This is gonna hurt like a motherfucker. She's going into shock. Aura farming. Oh, look at her crispy skin still sticking to the her fucking crispy crackling, man. Oh, marked by the fox. Yeah, small pork. That's what I mean, the crispy crackling. Delicious. Oh. I'm fine. Passes the fuck out.
儀式は終わったよ。君は本当に頑張った。次でここでの儀式は最後。
Next ritual shall be the last. Because even so, the man makes woman the way he wants it to be. There's also that note early on. It was a magazine. It said a woman is nothing until she's loved. I think it's what the thing said. Treasure. Bestial form? The awakened fox arm, which possesses incredible strength. When the Kudzu seal is full. Kudzu seal, huh? Press the thumbsticks to awaken your bestial form. Your bestial form, the fox under its normal state. The Kudzu seal will deplete while you're in your no, I was reading that. What the fuck? While you're in your bestial form. However, you revert the fox arm before the seal runs out, and the seal will remain partially filled. While using R1, you can unleash a devastating attack with R2. Holding on the attack for longer will allow you to deal even more damage. Got an actual double trigger now. Couldn't be me, yeah. This really is Hinako's nightmare. She is not like this when she's awake at all. She's very, very much against this kind of shit. Okay, I hope there's a safe spot here, because I want this treasure. I don't want to leave any of these. I guess the divine water. Don't really use that a whole lot. Your money is money, though. This way. It's also not lost on me that you get an abnormal amount of faith in this spirit realm. In your nightmares. I don't want these Aurares, man. Alright. Bestial form yet. Alright. This is... There's defeated by your bestial form, not reanimate. Attacking using... Okay, forget that. On your awakened form, you can perform a counter using R2, so long as the counter is possible, even if you're already in the middle of an attack. Oh, that's perfect. Bestial form reverts. Okay.
はじめまして。ひなこと申しま
My
す。
name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die!
します。
It's so... oh goodness. Oh. She's ripping them apart. Oh, she's really mad. She is absolutely pissed. How many game sessions he took to get this arm? 5 times a week. Every day. Have I been here? Okay, that goes back there, but... Actually, I can run to the safe spot real fast. I'm not afraid of you, bitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that was bullshit. I hit that. Okay, now I'm afraid of you, bitch. I can get tankier. Ah, okay, I couldn't see because of the fucking camera. It's bullshit, man. Crazy shit. Who designed this game? Bye bye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now. Oh, that gives back seal too. Nice. Oh, can I not go back? Oh, no, I can. Oh, the seal lets me through. I can now pass through unabated. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna run and grab this save. Salad. Nice. Sanity's max. Okay, and save. Fun water. Because she... I won't need the toolkit here. Kutsuchi and... Okay, so... This is my combat thing. These stairs. I'm not brave. Oh shit! Oh no! Gotcha! Give me your soul. The claw. The almighty claw. Just sit there and watch your friends die dancing. Oh, I can't actually move there. Okay, I see. Right. Oh. Alright. Manage. Nothing. Time to die. Come here. Ah, cool. Most got full seal, full devil trigger, full DT, dirty drawstring bag. Drawstring bag covered in red and black stains, kind of sticky, but might still come in handy. Ah! More inventory. And Salamandius has checked in. What's happened, Salamandius? I like your name is really cathartic. Like your screen name for Twitch is really cathartic to say. Salamandius. 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 A very Salamandius. I'm feeling very Salamandius today. You know what I mean? Okay, there's no door. I'm lost. Shit. Am I gonna go back? It's like if a salamander was a Roman emperor. Exactly, yeah. Okay, I can't do anything with these blood walls, and I'm not sure why. This was apparently just a treasure room. So I'm not sure why. Can I go through that northern wall now? Praise be to Caesar salad. This salad is very Salamandius, you know? Yes, quite. Very Salamandius indeed. Cackles of evil. Come here. I missed, and he missed. But more importantly, I missed. Sick of your bullying. Sick of your whining. He's gonna scream. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Ah! I got too close. I am sick of your moaning. Sick of your whining. Enough. No more screaming. No more. Got my own problems to deal with. Look at yours. Compound on top of it. Okay, this door right here. I'm gonna go check it out again. Maybe I have to open all these doors. These doors don't, like... They don't go anywhere I can't go already, so... Unless there was another door I missed. There's actually a door down here, actually. Or not a door, but there's a wall that I can see through. Must have to open all these, right? Uh-oh. The hopscotcher's coming. What else is coming too? I heard movement, but I didn't see what it was. Hopscotch and hell! Oh! Oh, she's gonna scream! Okay. Whew. Just heavy attack at the death. Yeah, I have beast mode. Okay, I heard. Is it? There it is! The spidey senses coming in handy once again. No attacks for you. Yeah, I get to attack. That back scratcher! You ever get like that spot like really high in your back that it's like right where you can't quite reach? Whether you go under your back or over your back, this arm would come in so... Oh, come in real handy. There we go. Give me that sword. Oh yeah. Right under the shoulder blade, yeah, exactly. Just that one little spot, you just can't quite reach it no matter which angle you go from. Your hopscotch. Oh, no. She's gonna scream. Ah, she's gonna scream. Yeah, get it all out. Okay, there we go. Nice. Another dancer? No, I don't see one. The door I can open. I wonder if to open all the doors. They're marked. Yeah, the doors are marked. They're marked with squares, so I'm assuming I have to open these. Very strange puzzle. Yeah, I can't do shit here, so. I heard it. I heard it, right? Just for a split second. Just heavy attack to death. This. Another door. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4 doors. 4 doors. 4 doors and more door. Another one, no dancers. Another door here. Oh. As I stupidly walk into a corner. I'm gonna save. Oh, I have a comb I can sell. Perfect. I am getting a shit ton of faith, man. Okay, so there's another door west. Let's get this west door first. Ah, I see the dancer. Ooh, with a perfect dodge. One more door. Okay, yeah, there's rooms behind like these walls here on the map. Quite sure what that signifies. One more door east. Okay. Reflex is too fast. What's up with your She's part Yeti? she's part fox now, apparently. Some kind of weird ritual with the fox mask. She cut off her own arm with a very jagged bone saw, and they just stitched this new one on, you know, just because they're being nice. They were giving her a hand. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, that was terrible. Here we go. Last door. She's well armed. Armed and dangerous. Again. Gashi. Letter from a woman. You really are shrouded in mystery. You understand exactly how I feel, even though we haven't seen each other in years. Are you simply reading me like a book? Or am I feeling exactly what it is you want me to? Recently, I'm starting to think that even I don't even know who I am anymore. I'm still not sure who Tsuneki is. Last document mentioned a Tsuneki, but none of the kids belong to a Tsuneki family. The sister did not marry into a Tsuneki. That's every door, right? It's every door. What am I missing? I had thought it was the Iwai family. That's Shu's family. That was the pharmacists for the royalty, but it sounds like it's the Tsuneki person, or family, whatever they are. I want to go through here. I see the chamber beyond. Love costs you an arm and a leg. Get the fuck out of my street. No, I'm just kidding. So fast. So far, it's only cost me an arm. Okay, what am I missing? Pixelate! Hold up! What the fuck, man? I'm getting sick of these buff messages, man. Hold up? Not that old. Am I? I mean, I like wizardry. Maybe I am really old. Oh no, I'm aging in real time. It's horrible. Do I have to backtrack? No. All these chambers went to... Where? What is it? What is it? Find the ritual chamber. I'm assuming it's between the fox statues. So what am I missing? There's also this chamber. Wait, where'd that other chamber go? I'm lost. I'm so lost. My spidey senses have become nullified. Okay, this is where I came from. This is...
これが最後の儀式だ。
Oh. Well, there we go.
さあ、
Yeah, this image here depicts a fox ripping off the woman's arm. The red foxes are the priests, the shrine maidens of the white fox. And she has her face getting ripped off in this image. I'm assuming that's the final ritual. Especially since she's been branded by the fox sigil. Alright, save. Nothing to sell. Get my sanity back. I have no Momori. Alright. She got foxed up. Defeat the monsters. It's gonna be like that, huh? Alright. Let me make sure I have everything. Go first aid kits. Don't need a toolkit really, but that's fine. That's being all who's like D&D didn't send. Oh man, it didn't get moderated. Oh, it didn't get auto modded. It would have popped up for me. You want some too, Tubby? Oh, he's got a fucking... What is that? Did he buff up? Oh, okay. She attacks hella fast like this. Come here, Tubby. She's got a line stuck to her ass. Yeah, I got lines stuck to their asses. Oh, they're coming for the big boy. He's controlling them. Right? Oh, I'm gonna heal. Okay, I see. He's the source to their power. They must die. Oh, he slapped me. Oh. I have to drink that kudzu tea. Yeah, I'm gonna drink it. Divine tea. Oh! 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 God damn it! It's got strings. Okay, that's good. We're good. Enough out of you. Slap at his belly like it means something. Oh, he's dead. Yes. Last one. Done. Thank you very much. Dark Shrine. A monster that has a large taiko drum inside its mouth. It swings around its large bachi drumstick like arms and strikes the taiko to instill fear in commandos bound to it. It tries to cancel out any noise with its loud voice and banging. That's how it's always been.
ありがとうございました。
Arigatou gozaimasu. Bandage. Bandage. We got lots of doors. I'm assuming that's the main one, so what's in here? I can't enter it. Very strange. The final ritual. Otherwise known as the face melter. Man, she's had a rough day. A mirror? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Look at what you've become. Oh, her own fox mask. What's the knife for? She was the monster the whole time, yeah. The real monsters were the friends we kicked the shit out of along the way. Oh, the eye, no! Oh. Oh. I thought they were going for the eye. They're really taking her face off, huh? She is taking this very well. I'd have been screaming like fucking... Oh, God. Ah, they're slicing her over like a fucking pie. Ugh. And all the way around. Ugh. Just another Monday. I hate Mondays. This is why people don't like Mondays. Let's see that pretty face of yours. Just put it aside like a fucking... Oh, God. Here's your new face. The fox claims his prize. Now, she actually saw the fox mask without his mask very briefly. He still had his face, so why is hers missing? Why did hers have to get cut off? They stitched it on. Ooh. Claimed her blood. Now look how pretty you are. Honestly, an improvement. Jesus, man. Nothing made to her. She does look cool, though, with the mask. Incredible agony. It's one way of putting it. Oh, she's doubting. It hurts.
私の目を見なさい
Oh. His god voice. He uses the god voice on
もう
the
痛いこと
Sakuko
や辛い
demon,
こ
the
とは
Shrine
ない
Maiden demon.
落ち着きなさい
Aren't you happy? You make me happy now, says the man.
辛いことは
Yeah,
ありません
like this guy has like
私は落ち着きま
this
す
guy talks like an abuser, you know.
それでいい
His mask is stitched on too,
ありがとう
which again is strange because he did take it off before. His face is blurry because she was just waiting. Oh, the doll!
行きます
The doll's like, what the fuck? The doll's like, why didn't you listen, you fucking idiot? I always plays games with toxic relationships, man. I don't play games with toxic relationships. I play games with horror in them. It just so happens one of the one of life's greatest horrors happens to be toxic relationships.
これでようやく
I have been reborn. The doll, are you fucking serious, right? You're now able to see secrets concealed within the dark shrine using the mask from the Fox clan. Hold out to these focus and discover him. Oh, okay. That's what those red walls are for.
新しい私に
It's okay, I gotta comb for my troubles. The whole game told you not to trust the fight. What the fuck, man? The doll, like the way she was posed, like holding her hands, I'm like, why? Why? Why could you be so fucking stupid? In Hinako's defense, she is drugged to shit by Shu. She's not in her right mind at all.
頑張ったねさあ
Another page. He promised me everything I could ever want to be content. A life full of comfort for as long as I live. Status that no one could look down upon. And most importantly, endless love from me. For all this, I will give him all of me. Body, mind, and soul. I will even give him what I have fiercely protected my whole life. My will to make my own choices. From now on, I will let him decide everything for me, and simply do as he says. This is what happiness means to me.
皆が私たちを待っている
She's not in the right state of mind to be making these decisions at all. And I blame Shu. And Fox Mask. Just keeping her fucking drugged and shit. Okay, so there's a safe spot over here. And I'm assuming there's the red pills again. Some pills to keep her happy. Oh, I can't go to the stores anymore. The northern wall with the red mark will be where I have to go. Is it going to demonstrate what I can do here? Let's see. Secrets. Fox Clan, huh? We see a suspicious looking area in the dark shrine. Use focus and take a good look around. Right. Divine water. Excellent. Do I need to heal? I should. Just in case. Okay, so. Ooh.
進むべき道が
Oh, okay, so there's more of these walls. I'm assuming up there is where I have to go, but I want to check some of these other walls. Like right here. Oh, I have to actually hold it. A secret. Fine water, perfect. It's just divine water. I can't read that note, I guess. And I'm gonna assume these are just like shortcut walls. Yeah, okay. Is there any others? There was one way back here, I remember. Oh, this might just be another fucking shortcut. Okay. That's where you start in this area. Was there any others? I don't think there was any exterior secret walls. Because logically, that's where any hidden chambers would be. And these are all just shortcuts, I'm assuming. I think it's not sitting right with me. Why would they put these all around? They don't, you know, lead anywhere. Unless it's setting up for something. Perhaps a boss fight, a chase through this chamber. It might be in my best interest to get these walls then. Otherwise, I'll be stuck. I will literally just stuck looking at these walls trying to get away from whatever might chase me. Okay, so that's all this side. I can get more max sanity to get the safe room. And it looks like that's it for the walls, secret walls. Ah, one more. Aha, another exterior. Family physician's log, February 16th. It's a miracle. How could this be? The two daughters' symptoms have improved dramatically. February 18th. Both patients have made a full recovery. I do not understand it one bit. Could this be a phenomenon that cannot be explained through scientific means? There exists no record in any literature of a disease or toxin that could lead to such a cruel illness. Such a dramatic recovery as the two daughters' experience has likewise never been documented. Now the housemates are whispering about a supposed cure, yet I can no longer chide them and insist science can prove all. Two daughters. Ah, yes, treasure. I know another note mentioned just one. Oh, perfect. And Emma. One daughter being cursed and taking her revenge. More walls. I think that's it. It'll just be the main one. So let's go back. Another letter. Withstand the ceremony of welcome, and Hinako shall be born anew with blinding beauty. Ancestral spirits of the Tsuneki, who by order of the Kutsu no Miya in heaven's benediction dwell, offer unto Hinako thy words of celebration, for she has completed this ritual. Tsuneki. I still don't know who the Tsuneki are. Kutsu no Miya, heaven's benediction. Kutsu, once again, being an invasive plant, it looks like. If you look up images of kutsu plants, they're almost like vines with leaves on them. They cover fucking everything wherever they grow. Much like the flowers that chase you around in the town. Oh, look at all this fucking faith. Fuck yeah. Okay, I want this. This is very nice. 1,000, Jesus. It's like the max is 5 too. I'm not gonna pull for any more, because what I have is pretty strong, so. Alright, a second slot. The Crow. Crow's not gonna help me in a boss fight. I'll switch that out if I need to. Hawk is gonna be critical. If there's random mooks, I'm gonna keep Crow. Crow and Mantis. Boss, I'll use Hawk. Bear's not gonna help. Wolf's not gonna help either. Horse could be good. But either Pine or Plum should also be really helpful too. Okay. We're ready. Ready as we're gonna get. Oh, I didn't get my sanity back. Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. I don't need to do this, but these fights can be kind of rough, so this might pay off. Oh, the red. Okay, I see. I understand.
とても綺麗だ、ひなこ。
I'm gonna go through your little Zen garden here. Pills, first aid. Completely. Kicking up dirt. Wine water, bandage. Lots of heals. I wonder what those are for. Maybe you can answer my questions, Fox Mask. Maybe brutalize me a little more.
では行こうか。
ご一緒に。
見たまえ、皆が私たちを祝ってくれている。
That is a lot of fox statues. He really likes himself, huh? He likes seeing himself. He likes to hear himself. He likes to make others look like him. Da 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 da. Dee
あ
dee
なたの
dee dee.
新しい生に祝福を。
I can't do it. This is like auto walking. Whatever, I could pull away from him. What's this? Oh, those odd Myoji or whatever they're called. Or maybe just a priest. Her name is Shimizu Hinako. Fucking doll. Oh, she sees the truth. Oh.
リンコ
Rinko.
私たちの世界からひな子が死んでいなくなる日なんだから。
リンコ私はあんたの願い通り死んでいなくなるから。だから私のことなんか忘れて幸せに生きなよ。
忘れてやる。手伝ってやる。私の記憶から世界からお前の名前なんて全部消えたんですよ。
Oh. That's my Gunnar, man. You singed my hairs.
消されない。
Oh, is it on?
私の名前は清水
Fear.
Oh, it's time. Oh, yes, perfectly timed. Perfectly timed, too. Oh, it's on, bitch. Attack buff applied.
私の気持ち
Now die!
に
Whoa! Shit.
欺いて行けお前が憎い
見たくなかった。こんなリンゴ見たくなかった。
Gotcha. Die, bitch.
私がバカだったよ前にずっと騙されてた
Gotcha.
なんかない。
Man, Rico is such a bitch to Hinako. Like, he's just going like fucking. It's always back to shoe, ain't it? Ain't it, bitch? Uh oh. Oh, that's a trap. What the fuck is that? Oh god, it moves fast. Holy shit. Is that a Rico ghost? A Rico demon? Always hanging around Shu. Shu's my fucking friend. Now you know what a fucking friend is. Bitch. You missed. Oh, she was summoning shit. That's all. Okay, the fire ignites the doll, and then the doll charges. I got you. I understand.
私たちの世界からいなくなれ
Need this! Ugh.
呪ってやる幸せになんかさせない
お前の幸不幸はお前の責任だ。
Yeah, you tell her, Hinako. Not my problem, bitch. This.
お前は
Oh shit.
こんな女の
She got really mad there. I don't think she liked the insults. It was not really an insult. It was just telling her the truth, man. Truth hurts.
欺いて行けお前が憎い
見たくなかった。
Get all this early damage in.
見たくなかった。
Ugh. Oh.
私がバカだったよ前にずっと騙されてた
Oh, that interrupted me. That sucks. I die. Yo. Woo. Okay, so the third strike is the counter. Gotcha. Nobody T, unfortunately, sucks. Damn. Those fucking dolls, man. I want the stamina buff. Here we go. Oh, she hit me. Okay, there's the ignition. I wonder if I can chain them. Ah, it does chain. Excellent. Nice. Okay, this should get rid of these two. Nice.
幸せになんかさせない
お前の幸不幸はお前の責任だ。
Oh, I backtracked right into him. Heal. Oh, I wasn't quite fast enough to get out of that one.
お前はこのどん底を舐めて死ね
Eat this.
ここまで言われる筋合いはない。幸せになりたきゃ努力して運命を変えろ。
Oh, I couldn't get that one off. That sucks. Almost got double trigger though. Oh shit. She's lashing my ass. I have an emergency heal, I believe. Pills too. I don't want the fucking pills though. The Arari, I guess. Not much else though. This could be bad.
私たちの世界からいなくなれ
One, two, three. Be careful. Oh no! So close. Can I use the fox thing? Okay, that's out. Okay, damage hurts my bar. That's what I haven't done. These. Okay, I want to keep that. You can't change during combat. Of course not. Why would that be allowed? Oh, that window is really short. I need candies. There we go. Candies. I still need to spam focus. Okay, doll's gonna come explode. Come on, come on, come on. Interesting. She actually aims at the dolls. Okay. Rico floats. Okay, this phase, it's best not to lock on because that fucks with the camera. Uh-oh. Oh, I was quite fast enough.
そこまで言われる筋合いはない。幸せになりたきゃ努力して運命を変えろ。
She makes twice, that's right. Okay. Alright, stone it, bitch. And there you go. Easy.
見たくなかった。
That
リンコのこんな姿。
part with the pyres is fucking me up. I was losing a lot of heals in that.
今は嬉しい。お別れに際して私たちはようやく本音を語り合えたね。
Oh. Yeah, knock the fuck out, Ringo. Oh, she's dead. Gone. Reduced to ashes.
これでリンコの世界から清水ひな子は消えたね。
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Good God Almighty. I killed her. As God is my witness, she is broken in half.
君はひな子じゃないか。
私は
君はひな子だ。
私は清水ひな子じゃない。私はひな子。
そうだよ。君は私のひな子だ。
Oh. Did she wake up now? Oh, yes, she does. So, she actually got attacked by the fog monster before she passed out. Picked her up and slammed her to the ground. She got knocked out. Still at Shu's house. How old is that guy? I'm sorry, these relations tad inappropriate. Well, she's in high school, right? And that guy is probably thousands of years old. So, a little bit of an age difference there. Assuming that's actual Inari.
ひな子かい？
お母さん？
そろそろ帰っておいで。お夕飯ができたから。おい、リンコを離せ。
Oh. I think something bad happened to Shu.
もう時間がないのよ。いつまでここにいる気なの？
We're lucky she isn't 13. Yeah.
お姉ちゃん。
Junko.
久しぶりね、ひなか。
Oh no. Oh, what the fuck?
なんだか不思議な感じ。お姉ちゃんがお姉ちゃんじゃないみたい。
Is that a Tengu?
お互い様よ。私の中でのひなこは
My yokai lore is kind of rusty.
小学校前。
I know Tengus have like the big nose, but there's also like the bird-faced Tengu, not just the big nose Tengu.
お姉ちゃん、私。
あなたが生かされたということは、ここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。
迷い？
今日までに何度も言ったかもしれないけれど、もう一度だけ言うわね。生はあなたが選びなさい。誰の意見も聞かなくていい。自分の意志だけで選びなさい。だけれども、これだけは覚えておいて。あなたがそれに悩める時間はもう尽きかけている。いえ、普通の人間ならばとっくに尽きている。
お姉ちゃん。
Gone. They just recently made it 18. Oh, that's good. Thank God.
シュウ、リンコ。
Me? Oh, I do page for Hinako. Nothing gets on my nerves more than other people trying to make decisions for me. Even if what they're saying is right, it just rubs me the wrong way. I'd rather make 100 mistakes on my own than follow someone else's commands. But that can make for a lonely life, one where I refuse to listen to anyone else. I want to become the kind of person who truly listens to what others have to say. I think I might have actually read this before. Of course, it'll still be up to me whom I listen to. If that will be someone I can trust, someone who will walk alongside me, hand in hand. However, making long lists of things I hate is just a way of running away from the real issues I have with my inner self. I have to step up and face what's inside of me, even if I don't like what I see. Being able to take my time and carefully think things through before making a decision is what's most important to me. Another one for Junko, the sister. Now wearing the bird mask. Junko always told me that the quickest way to happiness is to live the way society expects women to. Well, if there's a quick way to happiness, then there must be other ways too. One time when I was little, Junko showed me how to find my way out of a maze in a puzzle book. There's no doubt that she showed me the quickest solution. Still, what I felt that moment was nothing compared to the joy of figuring it out by myself. I like the picture they use. We haven't actually seen Junko's face. The game has gone out of its way to... The few times she has appeared up until now, the camera is always behind her. You never actually saw Junko's face. It's gotta be Rich Dude's way to do fucked up stuff beforehand. Oh, absolutely. And they still do, just not in Japan. Other countries. Okay, can't go back inside. Are those white flowers still here? That's what I was talking about before. These flowers, these shits right here. There's a subplot in Silent Hill, other Silent Hills. It started in one. About white flowers with hallucinogenic seeds being used to help the cultists in the town of Silent Hill. They're indigenous to the area. It's mentioned that the natives of the area stayed away from where these flowers grew because of the supernatural shit that would occur there. I don't know how these flowers got here. They're not supposed to be here. These flowers are supposed to be in in the USA. In the game, I mean. They're not real flowers. Like, they're not real life flowers, but they're called White Claudia flowers. I'm curious how they made it on the other side of the fucking world of Japan. This is the 1960s, so I suppose there would be post-World War II era. Well, I guess even during World War II era, there would be Americans coming over. The question is, why did they bring seeds here? With the white flowers. And Shu, I don't know if I can open this door now. Might be locked. Okay. There's a mortar and pestle inside that Shu uses to make the pills, the red pills for Hinako. And he's using these white flowers. In other words, he's drugging the shit out of her. And there was a note talking about a special flower that allowed imbibers to, quote-unquote, speak with the gods and visit their realms. And awaken latent powers.
お姉ちゃんの言う通りだ。時間がない。二人とも待ってて。すぐ行く。
The fuck is this? Oh, I don't remember picking it. Oh, it's a crowbar. An axe. Okay, so I have lots of heavy weapons, which is good. I'll use that. Just going over my assets now. No more Gunnar arm. Not here anyway, until I pass out once more. So I already went this way. I went there before I passed out, but I suppose now it's time to go northeast and back towards the city. It should be this way. Pills. He leaves pills fucking everywhere. He claims they're for her tension headaches. I don't know if he knows what these flowers do. It's hard to say he doesn't know. She doesn't know what the flowers do because he's an herbologist. He's a fucking flower nerd, a plant nerd. There's no way he doesn't know what these flowers do. Which makes me think he's doing it. He's drugging her on purpose, under pretense of trying to help her with her tension headaches. Not she. But at the same time, if the flower is not native to Japan, he would have no information on it. This would be completely new to him. A shrine here? These shrines, these little fox shrines are marked on the map. But I can't interact with them. I wonder if it's a New Game Plus thing. She was bad. Shit. I guess the axe. The axe is the least amount of... Better take this. Oh, fuck yeah. The baseball samurai. There was a comic that he'd find early on as the Baseball Samurai comic. I think the cell, my sanity, and no Emma to upgrade. All right. Slugger style from Majima. See, if I heard that in real life, I would have just turned and fucking right away. So I'm not gonna go that way. I'm gonna go this way. Is there anything I can grab? Yokon. I feel comfortable outside, doesn't even know sound, let alone that sound. You hear that shit at night when you're in a fucking forest full of fog? Fuck no. Oh man, that reminds me. I like watching like creepy fucking YouTube videos. I remember watching this video of this guy. It was like pitch black. It was late at night. He had the night vision on his camera and he's just walking around. And he checks his camera. He turns off the night vision because he's got like a flashlight, right? He's got a flashlight. He's inspecting something. And then just he's in bumfuck nowhere. You just hear in the distance, "I see you." Like off in a distance, like probably a good. I would have shit myself if I heard someone yelling, "I see you" in fucking middle of the forest late at night. I would have. And this guy is nuts to say hello. Like he's calling. He's like, "You see me?" Like Jesus, man. Radio here too. I don't understand these radios either. They show up randomly, but only some of them play sounds. I see you. Oh, the tumors. It's right. It's gonna spawn it. Okay. Stay back. I got a bat. I'm not afraid to use it. I'm armed and dangerous. Ugh. There we go. I can't steal their souls, unfortunately. It's scary enough that there's something in the forest with you that isn't an animal. And then it talks and says, "I see you"? Fuck no. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I'm obsessed with Japanese 2chan videos and Asian murder cases. Man, Japanese horror is something else, man. That's so fucking scary. It's so where it is there. One more wrong move away from getting shot. Right? Like, why would... Like, the guy in the video is like... He, like, calls out to them. It's like, no, don't fucking... Just... just shut up and run, man. Or threaten them. Can only assume that it's a human that's talking. But what if it wasn't? No, I'm just kidding. Monsters aren't real. Monsters are very real. I began taking this medicine out of desperation. My first impression was that it smells of peaches and it's faintly sweet. The peaches! Okay, the scent is coming back. After taking it before bed for the past 3 nights, I had my first lucid dream. For the whole night, I was able to organize my thoughts in a pleasant darkness. Was this what the tales meant when they said the drug allows you to speak with your inner self? I've heard that taking vitamin B6 makes it easier to remember dreams. However, I'm sure its effectiveness depends on factors like dosage and body composition. At any rate, this has been a letdown so far. Peaches. This was brought up before in another document, if I remember correctly. Everyone knows horror stuff really happens in the southeastern US. That's because there are more guns than people in those states. All the monsters got gunned down a long time ago. And the ghosts. They were not prepared for Bullet. The Exorcist, right, known as Bullet. Known as shoot the fuck out of it. Okay, there was a... there was a page... No. Which described the smell of peaches. I can't quite remember. Might have been way down here. goes more like target practice. Gotta stay strapped out in the wilderness. No gun that, but I want to go out there with mine, right? Especially with people running around out there. You know, and I see you at fucking midnight in the middle of the forest. Fuck no. You're not. You just never tell what they're capable of if they're doing that shit. It's not this one. Might be this one. No. Clinical trial. There it is. It's this one, right? Yes. The smell of peaches. So this person is taking the peach smelling medicine. Exotic herbology. Kakura makakura is made by grinding up the seeds of Hako Kuso, a extraordinarily rare herb. Notoriously difficult to cultivate, it requires a very specific environment in which to grow. Rarely found in the wild, this precious medicinal herb is so prized it's earned itself the title of Flower of the Gods. According to folklore, the herb can give one the ability to converse with gods, visit their lands, weave and awaken dormant powers. With the manifold divine experiences this herb is rumored to provide, it is no surprise that numerous legends talk of kings journeying to find it under the belief it holds the key to immortality. When grounded, seeds are said to smell of peaches. So whoever this person says they're lucid dreaming, but it sounds like they're some pretty crazy hallucinogenics. See too many horror movies, true crime stories where it's trying a lot different than the victims were armed. Yeah, they just had their fucking Glock ready. Stop trying to manipulate me. Tadako is getting pissed at these monsters. It's just been revoked. Oh no, pregnancy. Stop giving birth, man. Ah, shit. Okay, that one didn't, like, come alive. That one just fucking exploded. Candy, 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 candy. I thought that was gonna fucking hit me. I'm sure this game would go a lot differently if I had a fucking gun. Maybe a New Game Plus. Ew. That one's gonna turn into a doll. It's red, it's not blue. There we go. Oh, God. Fucking. Take the sledgehammer. Yeah, that's right. Here you go. I'm moving forward. Actually, whatever dreams are like helping her get some confidence, some much needed self-confidence back. Lockdown. A hideous monster covered in countless skin cysts. I had the power of God and anime on my side. It spawns monster after monster from the dreadful smelling clumps of flesh it drops. Filthy, foul, and repulsive. The wonders of birth do not apply to this. Depending on you ask, that statement might not be applicable. Oh, right, the Rinko monster. Monster has taken the form of a head priest. It sounds just like Rinko. It's being run an Onusa staff, used for purification rituals. This creature is consumed by the fires of jealousy and remains surrounded by battling puppets. There's no way Rinko is a monster like this, but this is her, without a doubt. I'm not coming back, so I may as well just replace my crowbar. That bat actually has quite a significant amount of durability to it. Crowbar. And let's get this house, and there's 3 houses. I'm assuming I'm supposed to go back. Right, because I'm trying to get home. Okay. Check out this area. Manage. Excellent. Don't fuck with me. I have the power of God and the enemy on my side. Wah. This is what I mean. If you look at Kutsu, they grow like this red shit here. I thought there were spider lilies, but they might just look like spider lilies. I'm not sure. The flowers are wrong. Spider lilies look different. Brought a nice some snacks. What is up here? Blocked path, okay. Items, any items? Oh, you tried, bitch. I missed. Because I'm bad. Loser. Perfect dodges become easy to perform. I would love this charm, but I perfect dodged before and I still got hit by the same enemy, so I don't trust perfect dodges in this game. You said that Kutsu is quickly taking over the southern US. Is that an actual thing? I know they're an invasive species, but... And I've only known that for like less than a day because I didn't know what a Kutsu was. Shit, a tonsil. And a doll. Oh, they're actually growing. Okay, I see. This is, okay. How not to dodge. Chinese veins have destroyed entire forests where I live. Jesus, man. Yeah, I took the time to look up what a kutsu was, because we don't get them around here, where I'm at. And sure as shit, they grow like this shit, this red shit. They cover everything. Strangling it. Houses, trees. It doesn't matter if it's there, it just grows over it. Okay, there's a monster that way. It's up here. I still want that Omamori, even though I'm not going to use it. That's why there's something here. Use my crowbar. That's a grab? Of course it fucking is. Oh, you bitch. Okay. Can't die yet. Not dead yet. Okay. So be careful of the there's the tonsil, and then there's a doll here, so I just need to be careful. I want to use my candy. It's one of these. Because I do want the this attack. It's very strong. Oh, there's another one. Bring it then, bitch. There we go. Okay. Now for now, I want items here. I'm probably gonna run past this tonsil. I need to fight everything. I can save some of my... Excuse me, sir. Oh, he spat on my butt. Repair this. Okay, so... I'm gonna assume that's the right way, because I want to get back to my house. So I'm gonna go this way. What's up here? Another shrine, maybe? Torii Gates. Another shrine. Golden Sword Arts Shrine Town. Inari-sama. Ibisugaoka is mostly composed of Inari-sama's believers. There are statues of Inari-sama all over town. My elderly neighbors treat them with great respect and worship them. Inari-sama, also referred to as Owa Inari-sama, is a goddess that puts old unusable tools to rest. They are known for their offerings preference of abura age tofu pierced through with an old needle. It seems like other towns don't have these customs, though. I'm guessing they might be something special, only we do for Inari-sama here in Ibisugaoka. Interesting. Doll. I knew it. This doll looks exactly like the one that I thought I'd gotten rid of that day. I'm sure it hates me for throwing it away and abandoning it. When all of this is over, I'll ask my mom for a way to put it to rest. I wonder, Inari-sama, you offer it an old unusable tool. I wonder if a toy doll would be considered a tool that can be put to rest to Inari-sama. Let me steal your sushi. This is Strict Mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. You are different from those delinquents who run around town. You have noble blood running through your veins. Of course, every child must play in order to grow, but I simply ask that you choose wisely who you play with. You must think of me as awfully overbearing, but please respect my wishes while you are still young. For when you are grown up, you'll be free to do as you please. Wonder if that's, was that Shu's mother? Mox clan in Arisama. Oh, the water. I've heard this water is specifically for washing and cleansing old dirty things. Interesting. Little lore drop here. Okay, so that's been marked. Now we can continue. I'm not gonna fight the tonsil. It's gonna keep running. I should probably equip my horse charm. Oh, I actually can't go that way, so that means it's gonna force me into fighting something. I hear it. There it is. Ah, no, you don't. Taste my axe. This is for Gim. I hear the golem. I hear the golem. He's very mad. Bye bye. Oh no. Oh goodness. That's gonna be a no for me. Dog. Suckers. He had a way around, of course. Why wouldn't he have a way around? Okay, alright. Come on. You wanna fight? Let's fight. Come on. Let's throw hands. He threw hands. Oh my god, he is fucking fast, man. Ugh. I'm faster. Is he fighting like a dog? Like a fucking dog that just got beat. Ah! No. Don't lick me out! Laugh it up. Laugh it fucking up. He is glowing. Ow! Bad dog. Put down. Okay, it's a clear run to house spots. That would be the easy way.
早く家に帰らないと。
I love these trucks with the 3 wheels. A pipe. Okay, I must replace the crowbar. Sorry to use my toolkit. This is blocked off. Okay. I'm going to equip my horse charm now. Shit. So there it is. Horse. Okay, I'm going to assume if I go right, I can get something in that corner. Or I could just be cut off entirely. Fuck my ideas, man. I'm gonna go through the The playground, huh? Alright.
ここは侵食されてない。
Yeah, the park is untouched. Untouched by corruption. Oh. What? I don't think the game is supposed to look like that, is it? Oh my goodness. I think my okay, alright, okay. What is happening? Okay, easy.
怖くないよ。大丈夫？
My game does not like me looking at something.
早く手当てしないと。
There is something in this park I'm not to look at because the engine starts freaking the fuck out. So I'm going to stand here. I'm not going to move.
僕は琴雪って言います。
Kotoyuki.
君は？私はひなこ。清水ひなこ。
Okay,
私は
we're okay. We're
覚え
okay,
て
we're
さえ
good.
なかったのにな。
I'm gonna remember that. The park. The game was doing pretty good up until that part. I think this is the park I used to play it a lot when I was little. I feel like all my memories of fun times and hard times and hard times took place here. Playing house with girls and playing dodgeball with boys. But kids will tell you that it's weird for girls to play with boys. They told me they wouldn't let me play because I hung out with the boys. I remember that moment of rejection and denial crystal clear in my head. Why do Showa kids try so hard to keep boys and girls so clearly separated? Is it truly such an awful thing to be a part of both groups? Or Hinako. Oh, it still doesn't like me looking at something here. I think it might be this fucking light. No items here. Letter from my boy. I know it's sudden, but I'm moving. I won't ever forget you, Hinako. Thank you for saving me. Kotoyuki. Yeah, dog bit Kotoyuki and Hinako saved him, is my understanding. Why is she still in this city? Because she needs to save her friends, man. Friendship gets us through the hardest times. Much like these red pills that I keep finding everywhere. Delicious red pills. Fuck those guys, yeah. I need to, speaking of, I need to equip my Xannies. Bandages. Divine Water's already equipped. Go. They want to rip her face off and throw lava at her. They do. But you know what? You gotta roll with the punches, you know? Another radio. A radio? What's going on with that radio? Pills. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my giddy aunt. Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Okay, come on. I got candy. I got infinite stamina and you don't. Actually you do, because you're an enemy, so bye-bye. Oh! He tried! He really did try! And he failed. Oh my goodness. Infinite stamina. Infinite stamina is infinite dodges. Okay, bye-bye. Alright. Cyberbullying victim. Now she had to turn her phone off hours ago. What phone, man? This is the 60s. There's no fucking phones here. Look at this tonsil just sitting there like an idiot while I take what I want. Good thing I got candy. More pills? No, this is divine water. I don't want this shit. To replace my beloved pills. Place this thing's head though. It's a metaphor. A turn of phrase, man. A metaphor. Refantasio. Man, I'm so glad Metaphor Refantasio invented the word metaphor, otherwise I would not know what to do. What were we doing before that game came out? What were we doing with the English language? I don't want to get near that tumor. It's going to hatch into a dancer or doll. Oh, the koi pond. Oh, yes. Pills. Strict mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. I know it's a little sudden, but we shall be moving tomorrow. I've already notified your teacher, so just make sure to say goodbye to all your friends. I shall tell you everything at home. Oh, is this Kodayuki's mom that's writing these letters? What did the other ones say? The other one was from, the... That's the wrong. Here it is. You have noble blood running through your veins. I simply ask you to choose wisely who you plays when singing as awfully. Baron, please spring my children, you're still young. You're grown up, you'll be free to do as you please. Strange. So Kodayuki is royalty. Makes me wonder if Kodayuki is one of the Senekis. Because the Senekis are mentioned, but I don't know any Senekis in this game. I'm fast, I can stop it from hatching. No hatching.
私の町がもう化け物の巣じゃないか。
Dick Mother's letter. It's just a hive, so leave. Good morning, my handsome boy. Even if you find yourself poor of pocket, you must never let yourself become poor of heart. You mustn't forget that you have inherited your father's noble blood. You must study hard and learn to be a gentleman. Do not think of yourself as a little boy, for you are simply a tiny adult waiting to grow. I think that's the definition of a little boy, is it not? There will come a day when your father shall require your help. Mark my words. Oh, good. Do not let the children play. Woe to the little children. I sell. Yes, dried carcass. Or sushi. Oh, I might hold on to that, actually. Giving this kid a complex with these letters, yeah. Do not let them play. Abuse them. Abuse your children. Which I am saying that in jest. Not me. I did not mean it literally. Like that, was it Bender from Futurama? He's like, you ever consider just going home, sitting down with your children, and hitting them? In Minecraft, yeah. Okay, that's everything I saved. So this path is blocked. But there may be an item. Red capsules. More pills. My sanity back. Alright. Something's coming. I heard it. I heard it grumble. Items. Is that a golem? No, that's a... another fucking pregnancy monster. Can I run past this? Kitchen knife. I don't want that. The kitchen knife sucks in this game, man. I guess if you have absolutely nothing, it's giving you something.
邪魔するな。お前たちの仲間にはならない。
Oh, she fucking spit on me. Eat this. Oh, she actually fucking missed. Get your belly aching. Ah, shit. She gave birth to a tonsil. Don't spit on me. I gotta run back and take some of these pills. Let me pop some Zadies here. Yeah, that's good shit. Fuck yeah. Okay, I need the stamina. Candy. I like how the tonsil ran over to its sibling to go check on it. Bitch monster. This thing has too many boosted abilities, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't even know she had that move. I actually, that fucked me. That hurt me. Okay. Alright. Why won't you die? Why won't you fucking die? There we go. Jesus, man. She wasn't hiding anything over here. That's good. Excellent. I love that. I'm gonna just run away now. Bye-bye. Return to Shimizu. Okay, so we're almost there. Items, items, items.
正直壊れるな
It's about to break. I should go grab that knife, but... fuck it. Any other paths? There's something here. Ah, a little shrine. Higashi. Yes, candy. Infinite stamina means infinite dashes.
相棒
It's useful.
もうすぐだ
Naughty. Ooh. I find it strange. I have a key to Sakuko's mailbox, but every single time I'm supposed to... I could go back, the pathway's blocked. I'm just gonna fucking... Yeah. That's still... You can't even dodge that shit, can you? It's a trick. Dirty, rotten trick. Sickle. Oh, nice, another weapon. Perfect. God. Oh, there's two of them. And a safe... There's a safe spot right there, of course. Why wouldn't there be? Turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around. Yes, excellent. Nothing to sell. Nice to sanity back. No Emma. Save, for sure. Okay. I would like to see what's down there. I'm kind of curious. What are they guarding? This is gonna get me killed. I'm gonna tell you that right now. My curiosity is going to be the enemy. Yep, here they come.
Fear the tube.
Thank you for the tube. I'm gonna need that attack up. Let's bring out the bat. Slugger style. Infinite stamina. Why is it that she lunges forward on some attacks and then does not do... Okay, alright. It's very inconsistent. Here we go. First aid. And the Arari also heals. As does the Yokon. Okay. This heals me. It heals more if you use it subsequently. Man, fucking... The tonsil's coming. I would like to go by you. Thank you. The ultimate technique. Run the fuck away. I want the items over here. You're hiding something, stupid dolls. I want your treasure. Bandages, yes. It's already paid off. Rabure, excellent. What's past the tonsil? Oh, Mr. Tonsil. Bye-bye. Okay, this is where the game started, so let's... What has changed? Red capsules.
武器が壊れかけてる。もう少しだけ持ってくれ。
I have one toolkit. I'm gonna try and keep the bat repaired. I'll break my other one first. My pipe before I break the bat.
街は化け物だらけだ。
I need to get home. That tells me this area is completely optional. And it is the option I'm going to take. Oh, I might need that fucking... I want that. I want these items. The greed! I'm greedy! Oh, and I'm fucking dying. I need candy. Okay, this area next. Pills. There's that fucking golem back here. What is the golem hiding? It's a trap! It's a fucking trap! Oh, no, 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 no. You can't hit me. She hit me. I'm gonna fucking die for this shit. Ew, he's licking me! Bad dog. That's a bad, bad dog. Okay, step back a second. There you go. Thank you. Candy, 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 candy. There's still more stuff to grab. I want all of it. Research notes on Kakura Makakura. There exists a wondrous medicine that a Bateran missionary is said to have brought to Nagasaki during the Tensho era, circa 1580 AD. There's a drug used during meditation by individuals to speak with their inner selves. The fucking missionaries bring the White Claudia over? It is said that through the power of this medicine, individuals become able to delve into their innermost selves. Everyone possesses an inner you, and inside that inner you is another inner you, and inside that inner you. This endlessly repeating chain was named Kakura Makakura, a term from an old Nagasaki dialect referring to nesting structures. I'm assuming those are the White Claudia seeds on that image. Well, now we figured out how the seeds got across the world to Japan from the town of Silent Hill. Holy shit. Now I have infinite dodges because I have infinite stamina. So fuck you in particular. I'm going this way. I'm gonna run out of stamina though. It's not gonna last much longer. I hear them. Your average dungeon crawler experience running the fuck away from a horde of monsters that you pissed off. I just want all these treasures, man. I need everything. The greed. It compels me. They stop chasing me? Oh! Wait. I can get to Sakuko's house. Maybe not. Chocolate. I hate chocolate. Unfortunately, this fucking tumor here is blocking off the only way to Sakugo's house. That's what I mean. Every single time. Oh, I got an Emma for my efforts. So it did pay off. Yeah, there is no way to this house. I still have the key, so I guess I'll check on it later. Oh my god! That actually... that actually fucked me up a little bit. Fuck, I got nothing to fucking... Okay, it's time. Here's a big boy. I would love to get past your arm here. Thank you! Oh god. Wait, you can animation cancel? No. No! I came so far. Yes. Stamina, stamina, stamina. Stamina. Where are you, stamina? Okay. I think I overstayed my welcome. I think it's time to... Oh my goodness. I think it's time to leave. Why is this marked? Why is this marked? Did I come here? Why is this marked? Pills! Oh. Alternate path. Aha. I see. I don't think I'm gonna get an opportunity to save though. Yeah, no, there's a fucking doll here. Maybe she won't see me. Maybe she won't. Nope. Okay. Bye-bye. If I die, I'm fucked. Wait, they're not all gonna chase me, right? I'm out of their aggro range. I can kill this and then save. No. No. That was bullshit. You piece of shit. What?
死ねない
Okay. And Emma. How about the health? That sounds good. Yes. Excellent. A tankier Hinako is a happy Hinako. My risk paid off. I'm very happy. Old? Who you calling old? Not that old. One of my favorite tropes in shit like anime and manga and even like JRPGs, the old man is like 30, if that. I think Orin in Final Fantasy X is like 32, but he easily looks like he's 55 with the gray hair and shit. And even like Sid in FF7 is like 28, isn't he? But you'd never guess that. The guy in Kaiju number 8 is 29. Everyone acts like he's a grandpa. It's like old. What the fuck? I remember in was it Yakuza 0? Takes place when Kiryu is like 22. And he gets called an old man by a bunch of like thugs. It's like, what the fuck? He's 22, he's calling him an old man. Nothing here. Okay. At least I managed to save. Let's see what's in this fucking... Oh, I should repair this. Go. Yeah. There's monsters all over my house, huh? That is beautiful. Okay. I would like to explore this back area. I might not be allowed to, though. I think if I kill the doll, I think I'll be okay. Maybe the golem? The golems aren't that hard, it's when they come in groups that they get really fucking annoying. Come on, Dolly. Okay, I can pull the doll away. Aggro ranges, yeah? Her AI is bugging the fuck out. Perfect. Excellent. That helps me. I like when the game breaks in my favor, you know? Like, unironically. Tried to slap me. You failed. You little bitch. And stay down. Okay, the tonsil I'm not worried about. The tonsils are easy to run past. I could save some of my my assets. Items, no. Of course, he shits out the flowers too, which sucks, but whatever. Okay, so items. You can just stand there and flail around for all I care. You made it to the house, the Shimizu household, but I want to see what's over here. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay. I wanted to see what was over here, and I'm going to see what's over here. And those two dolls are not going to stop me. Chocolate. This is still blocked off. Yokan. Nice, that's a big heal. Okay, back down. Nah. Just run past them. It's got my home too. Feel how weak and useless you are, dolls. Oh, there's a... what is that? A note? Pills, of course it's fucking pills, because Shrew is here. Something bad happened to Shrew though, he screamed on that phone call. Now what did it do to Mom? Oh, what did it do to Dad? Dad's the one that hits her and shit and yells at her. But she resents Mom for putting up with it. We're gonna fight the daddy, the big daddy. Oh, you can actually run around this. Okay. I can't. Is it the front door? Let's see the front door. Okay. I can't go through here, huh? There's an invisible wall here? Okay. Alright. Sure. Of course. Why not? Here we go. Oh no. I'm reminded of Max Payne. This is the part where the caller calls Max Payne and asks him if... is this the Payne residence? And then... as soon as he confirms it, that's when it all goes to shit, Kupo. Returning to home, you don't recognize comments on a progressive abuse. There's nothing progressive about her abuse. Trust me. But exposed back and I obliterate my OCD. That'd be fucking insane. Half of us is cold. Half of you is cold and half of us is yeah. Well then, can't open it. Okay. Look at this. You guys don't see this like I do, or maybe you do. This is a wizardry dungeon right here. You can see the lines. I can see the grid. Like Bladen Bastard. Uneven body temp. Okay, that actually sounds really fucking uncomfortable. Now that I think about it some more. Your arm being like really fucking cold, but like your other arm is completely fine. Nice and cozy. Go. Whose room is this? Naughty sushi. Excellent. Sword game? What's sword game? Did you show me this game? The grid. I feel the grid. It's got dwarves and it's an old man game. Oh, that sounds cool. There is a a dwarf based wizardry like dungeon crawler coming out, and I can't remember what it's fucking called. The 2-pack? I don't think so. It was like Norse-inspired dwarves. This looks like someone spilled their fucking strawberry jam all over the fucking floor. There's propane inside, but no tube. Bloodstains. Who did this? Okay, this place is marked. Is it marked? I'm assuming we have to bring the tube here. Savior Sapphire Wing, Stranger Sword City. Oh, I did play that. I streamed that even. I mostly streamed Savior Sapphire Wings, but Stranger Sword City looks more interesting. Stranger Sword City is the one that I modded myself into. Very briefly. That was a very brief stream though. I was sick when I did that. What with all the children weapons, yeah. You have any idea how little that narrows things down? Ah, look, alcohol. I wonder who sits here. It's not the dad. Sorry, something stuck in my throat. It was his fist. No from Pinako. I'm still alive. But tomorrow, I make sure you draw your final breath. I don't care if it's your special day. Oh, did she write that for Junko? Spill alcohol bottles all over the fucking place. Yeah, I would love to stream those games more. I might start after October. I need to stream a proper dungeon crawler. I was making decent progress in Sapphire Wings. But the fact that I modded it took me some hours, but I modded myself into I modded my avatar into Sword City. It was really fucking cool. I would love to also play that modern one. I think it's called Yomi Underknots. That one looked really good. Let's replace the pipe. Is this the dad's desk? Why do you have a bloody axe at the dad's desk? I wonder what that could mean. Bandage. We got in full fucking circle. We're playing out The Shining right now. This is The Shining. This is a lot bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. Was this progress? Actually get in from this side. Was this taken? Sakuko and Shu? The fuck? Ominous photo. I don't know why, but it appears each photograph could be rotated. There might be some kind of connection to the writing on the group photo. Sakuko and Shu, huh? It's Rinko. Okay. That's mom and dad. Some nice pills. They're crossed out. A rather unsettling group photo that hangs in the living room. It seems someone has taken a marker to it. We got mom and dad. I'm gonna assume that's Hanako in the middle, and you got Sakugo, Rinko, Shu. A puzzle. Something was hanging here before. Besides the group photo, there is a collection of other photographs. One seems to be missing, however. Okay, so... Sakuko and Shu. Rinko. mom and dad. And that opens this door? Oh no? Oh. Well, that explains why these can't be opened. They're blocked off. This door was not open when I last came in here, was it? Amune. Okay. So I'm missing a photo. I'm assuming that's part of the puzzle. Came in here. Is there a picture in here? It looks like someone like butchered someone else and then like shoved them in like this jar in that cabinet, but not the fridge. Oh, there's actually a safe spot here. Perfect. Time is it? Keep going. Nice save. The sword and the fox fought, battling upon a set of scales. The heavens themselves shuddered at the ferocity of their struggle. Day after day, the sun rose behind the fox's back and set behind the swords, yet their fight knew no end. The scales upon which they fought, however, were no more, having been destroyed long ago. The sword and the fox fought. We're talking about you, yeah. It was me and the fox, man. I fought him. It was me. Oh, another puzzle. Okay.
このくぼみ何か入れるのか
Yin Yang? Interesting. So I'm missing parts for that as well. Can I go through here? No. Can I go through here? Thank you. Bill. It's got fucking alcohol bottles, old bottles just fucking piled up in the corner here.
こんなとこに置いとくなんて
Got my 9mm here. Safety always off. Dad told me he was proud of me once. Fucking prick. No good. Someone's got dirty feet. Wait, let me expose this door before I piss off whatever's inside. Nothing, nothing. Nothing. Whose dirty feet is in here?
お父さんたちの部屋
The parents' room.
なの
Divine water. I have tons of that. I'm seeing it. Sewing machine. Her. There's a fresh shirt right here. Just put it on. Your dad's views like jerk stores, all of you. Not gonna start trying. Yeah, well, the jerk store called and they're all out of you. She's like, Shimizu Kanta. Certificate of full payment. The certificate has been sent to certify that Shimizu Kanta has paid all outstanding loans and is hereby released from any further contractual obligations. We thank you for your continued patronage. Daddy's catching some debt, huh? Going through all his shit. Jesus, man. This guy drinks like a fucking fish. You throw your shit away. Why has he got a sewing machine? Oh, she said this is the parent service, so I guess both of them live here. Kanta's the dad, right? Yeah, Kanta's the dad, okay. Okay, this side has been thoroughly explored, so the east side yet. Down the grid, the grid, the grid, the grid. Get a quick save. And see what else is lying around here. Higashi is very good, actually. Place the water. Nothing. Nothing in here. No pictures, nothing. Okay. Back to the grid.
Shu, そこにいるの?
Should we get his ass beaten there? I haven't found Shifty's crests or photos, nothing. Can't open it. I guess I could brute force the photo puzzle, but it acted like I needed another picture. 6. A calendar placed beside the room at the end of the hallway. 1962. The 6th of the 10th month.
なんでここに?
Is that October 10th? Or sorry, October 6th.
何
This
か大事な
date,
日だ
there's
った
something
気が.
special about this date.
開かない.
We're missing a symbol here. Okay. Another puzzle. Back to the grid. So I'm missing something here in the kitchen. What am I missing in the kitchen? I've explored the entire house. No strange symbols, no photographs. I might not need the photograph. The kitchen still has... question mark. Stains, propane but no tube. Nothing. Nada. No photos of Hinako? Okay. Let's try and do this picture puzzle then. This is the clue. Hinako's face is crossed out. We got mom and dad, Sakuko, Rinko, Shu. That's the Fox Clan symbol. It's right side up, mom and dad. Everything's right side up. Sakuko's next to Shu. Rinko is beside Shu here. Maybe Rinko has to be upside down? No, that didn't work. What if Sakuko and Rinko, or Sakuko and Shu are upside down? Nothing. Okay. Mom and dad upside down. What if they all upside down? Put them all upside down. Oh, that didn't work. No. 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 I could just brute force this. Assuming I don't need a fourth picture. That's gonna be... That throws me off. Okay, no. And my assumption is that this puzzle gives the symbol needed. For the other door. Not the main door, but the northern door. They crossed out. Find the crests. seems to be missing. Okay, I'm assuming the Hinako picture is what I need. There's no other items. Nothing, nothing. No, I don't want divine water. No, nothing over here. No. 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 Nothing. This door you can't open. Right. Can I smash this open? No. Propane cybernote tube. Oh, that didn't work. Nothing above either. I feel like I feel like there'd be a prompt to open this, but or even this. More fox symbol papers, but there's nothing to grab. I grabbed all the items. Can I leave the house? Not leave, of course. Evans himself shared the ferocity of their struggle. Day after day, the sun rose behind the fox's back and set behind his swords. Their fighting to end, skills from which they fought, however, are no more. Destroyed long ago. Another pipe. Why is it giving me weapons? And these doors are all locked, of course. My train of thought was that changing the puzzles themselves would affect the house, but I don't see any changes at all. I'm not missing something obvious, am I? I grabbed the note here. Certificate of paying off his debt. And I can't open the door to shoot, the red room door. I'm assuming that's the final piece of the puzzle. I would go there last, right? Nothing clicks or changes. It's all just the same. Can I... Focus to anything. I was curious if I kept that fox vision from Spirit Realm. But I didn't get any new prompts. No. No. Wait. What? Are you fucking kidding me? That was it? Oh no. It ran off into the darkness. The fight's about to start, huh? I'll use my knife.
私のうち
What the fuck?
どうなってるの？
What the hell's happening? I want to know that too. Okay. Phase 2 of the house dungeon. That water is nasty. Bandage. Oh shit, I had a carcass I could have sold. Can I go back? Nope, stuck in here. Alright. Come on, bitch. Your weapons are circle and hair. What do they mean by this? They did it in fucking Chronos, now they're doing it here. The time traveling sickle in Chronos. Oh, when in doubt, always left. She waved at me. It's a very polite doll. Okay, she's dead. Oh my Jesus, okay. Okay, that's dead. Another carcass, I don't want that though. Excuse me, big boy, I need to... Okay, that's just fucking rude. Prick. Another sickle. Excellent. Because mine just broke. Oh no, not the flowers! Oh, he's gonna scream! Don't scream, don't scream, don't scream. There's shit beyond that door too. Okay, he's dead. God damn it. Okay, I need like sanity. There we go. Lies beyond here. Another hallway. Excellent.
こんな部屋うちにはない。
Any puzzle pieces? What's this? Ah, an Emma. Excellent. And get my stamina up next. Lots of doors in this hallway. Can't open. What's the mom? He yelled at.
味ちゃんと見てんのか。薄すぎんだよ。こんなの茶色い泥水じゃねえか。こんなこともまともにできないのか。女に味噌汁が作れなくて何の価値があるんだ。
My
や
God.
めてよ。いつもいつもいい加減にして。
うるせえ。親にその言い方はなんだ。
He's got the bottle.
飛んでろ。
お母さんもお母さんだよ。ちゃんと言い返せばいいじゃない。お父さんもそんなに気に入らないなら自分で作ればいいでしょ。
Damn, you
上
tell
手
him.
なんでしょ、お料理。
ひなこやめて。お父さんにそんな言い方しないで。お母さんが悪いんだよ。ひなこはいいから早く学校に行きな。
お母さん何も悪くないよ。悪いのは全部お父さんだよ。
ひなこ、お父さんにそんなこと言うもんじゃないよ。早く行きな、早く。
Damn.
お父さんも嫌いだったけど
Hated my father.
お母さんも
Didn't really like my
好
mother
きじゃな
either.
かったな。
A new journal page about the dad. I've heard that dad used to be a fisherman when he was younger and would go on long fishing trips away out at sea. He managed to save up enough money doing that to open up a restaurant, a place where he could put his skills with a knife to use. It didn't work out though. Not only did he lose all his savings, he took on new debt too. Now he spends his days drinking his life away in a sleepy little town that's a long way from the sea. He never even tries to cook anything anymore. It's only when he complains about mom's food that he pretends to be some kind of important chef. Daddy got burnt out, huh? A calendar placed there for some reason. 1960. June 26th? So that goes on a wall somewhere. God, stuff is actually stronger than it looks. Okay. Next room. Last room in this hallway. What room is this? Lamine. I suppose I'll just leave it. This is Hinako's diary. I hate my dad. I wish he would just die. I hate my mom too. She deserves to die as well. If I could just turn into a monster, then I'd take the two of them and crush them to death with my bare hands. I hate this house too. I hate everything. Everything. Poor Hinako. I think she's frustrated. Doesn't it seem like she's a little frustrated? Just a little frustrated. Maybe just a little upset at her home life. Hinako's a little bit based, worrisome. Might just be a little frustrated. Okay, so this calendar, this thing goes somewhere. I'm gonna check the walls. Because the calendar note opened this last door, so... Back out, we'll go north next, I guess. Always left. This way when you crawl through a dungeon, you are sweeping the entirety of it.
私の部屋。
Her bedroom. It was said that, there was a note that said she's a track and field star. Or, not star, but she likes track and field. Letter from a man. I do not believe there is any reason you should be tied down by your younger self. Likewise, there is no reason your future self should be constrained by the you are today. Thank you, by the way, for the beautiful pressed flower. It was the first gift I received from you, and I will surely cherish it until the end of time. Who sent her that? Desk. Nothing really in here. All her trophies, her track and field trophies. Nothing to grab though. I heard movement. This door can open, so that means... Yep, here it is. Not gonna go through just yet, because I'm pretty certain that's gonna put me somewhere else, so... Man. I'll come back to it if I have to. It's stuck. All pregnancy. All pregnancy is here. Shuffling, shuffling. Ew. What the fuck, man? Whoa! Whoa! Pushing around like that. Gotcha! Bitch monster. Just light out and... Just... No more! Chop off some of those belly's ears. Man, I am beating the hell out of this thing and it's still not dead. Uh-oh. Oh god. Okay. Pills? Oh no, 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 no. We're not doing that. Doing this though. I got my sickle for the doll. Oh, he's coming first. Okay. Gotcha. And you're dead. What are you hiding in here? It's a pregnancy monster. Secrets. Yeah, this is the parents' room again. Kutsu tea. Excellent. I suppose what I should do is repair something. Repair my axe. Take the tea. When I go past that shrine, I'll sell my dead chicken. No items. Oh, chocolates. No items, no other items, no other items. Okay. So this is just a repeat of the house then. But the puzzles are different, so why... Second, my window has popped up. Why did it give me incomplete puzzles? Well, that's not ominous. Who's in here?
昔これで遊んでた。
We used to play with this all the time. Oh, the scales! Her doll? Her dolls, I suppose. Drawings. What are those, eyeballs? No, those are kids. Drawing kids. Drawing her friends. Bird Sakuko. I'm always so alone, so I'm okay with playing by myself. That means I have the right dish and the left dish all to myself. I like to play with Kokeshi dolls a lot. I'm extra careful to share them with left Hinako and right Hinako, so it's fair to both of them. Left Hinako and right Hinako? Ah, I see. It doesn't feel right. It feels like someone's watching me. Yeah, these pictures are a little sus. Okay, so...
飽きそうなところがある。
Now, I did say they fight, right? Whoa, the headless one is really heavy. Okay. Even? Do I want it to be even? I do want it to be even. Okay. So here we go. Ah! Scales plate. I would block with a slated scale paint on one side. Wonder what it's for. I couldn't imagine what it's for, man. You idiot, that's a table, that's not me. Oh, okay, that was me. Just in case there's any more pregnancy monsters. Sickle. Let's nom some of these popcorns. Yummers. Okay, that's been solved. Okay, so we're not gonna go through that door yet. We're gonna run back. Run it back. I need to sell my chicken. My dead chicken. Have faith. Let us pray. I have an Emma, but sanity is good, but I think I might want to just save for the stamina and health if I'm being honest. Oh, I should also save. What time is it? Okay, we'll go for a little bit longer. I'm trying to finish this house at least, and then probably call it there. Good. This is the final hallway too. Oh, I see you back there. Come and sell some crack. Oh, it's a golem even. Come here. Bad dog. You can dodge that attack. Okay. Alright. He's licking me. My sanity. Prick dog. Mad now. Oh, split it right down the middle. Well timed. That's what you call a critical. What a shot. Ooh. More pills. Oh. Toolkit definitely needed. I'm gonna save it. I'll save it for the bat. Ah, Hidako's picture. A picture of me. I can't remember when this was taken. Okay, so that goes to the other puzzle. I believe that's the entirety. It's part of the house, but what? Yeah, I fucking knew it. Come on, bitch. Gotcha! Actually, never mind. I was gonna say the sickle fucks, but I think it's fucking because I'm pulling off these counters. It's so dark. Oh, let us save. Let us pray. Wait for mercy in my mortal soul. Okay, so. I'm going to try and go back the other way. I don't know if that takes me back, but... No. Okay. I have to go that way. Through the door. And this is puzzle house? Maybe? This is very brightly lit compared to... Yeah, right. Come on. You were gonna pull that off, and you know it. Ah, okay. And neither was I. Want my cheat weapon? That was bullshit, man. Someone fucking... It smells horrible. What is this? Someone's got fucking... Someone left their hair. Someone left their wig in the bathtub. At least the sickle. I'm not scared. What are you gonna do? Hair me to death? Come on. You gonna comb me to death? Oh, something wants to comb me to death. Why don't we go this way for once? We'll go right this time. And open it. Oh, okay, that was bullshit. That one's not even fair. This is a knife. There's a golem over there. And let me guess, we gotta go past the golem, huh? Golem. Where are you, buddy? Fuck. Oh, here he comes.
くそ
So indeed! I hit them. He's powered up. Power up this. No, I couldn't. Ew. Oh my. Eat it. Fucking dick. Jesus, man. Have you seen the Wolverine trailer? I did. That game actually looks pretty fucking sick. I'm glad they decided to, you know, let him have gore in its violence. Not gonna be clean like fucking the Spider-Man games. Spider-Man games are fucking awesome, by the way. Yeah, when he stabs someone, he stabs him. Yeah, there's blood and shit, and heads flying, limbs flying all over the place. It's good. Or a Wolverine game, I mean. I'm glad. I'm very glad. There was a Wolverine game way back. I think it was based on one of his movies. It's called Wolverine, or X-Men Origins, I think is what it's called. Wolverine's Revenge. I remember playing that game as a kid. That game was actually really cool. I didn't own it, I just rented it. Like when you could actually rent things. You could rent games. Had kind of like a Splinter Cell thing go on. There was like a stealth element, but you could also like just go ham. Okay, this is her room again. Fragment letter. There are many creatures that discard their shells as they mature. I believe that the suffocating feeling you are experiencing is merely a sign that you are growing up. A hint that it is time to rid yourself of your shell. Don't you think it is a strange coincidence your name means baby bird? I am sure all of this is simply pointing you to the fact that the time for you to spread your wings and fly is drawing near. They were doing so well. Silent Hill, whoever translated this game was doing so well. Spread your wings. I'm assuming they meant wings, but it's also possible that is a clue to something else. Oh, come on, Hinaka, what are you doing? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Books? 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 This box? This box is bleeding. Books. Okay. My diary. Ew. Block of wax. A semi-transparent block of wax placed in my diary for some reason. There seems to be something stuck inside. Can I not, like, rip it out? Looks like a key inside. I'm assuming I had to, like, burn it? The key out? 1961-47. It's one of those traps. You walked right into that, you dummy. Divine water. see here. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing over here. Nah, okay. I have to watch the rest. I haven't really been paying attention to was it Tokyo Game Show that's ongoing? I need to go and see all the shit that got announced. Any cool new shit. That Andanta game kind of looks kind of fucking cool. It's like anime GTA, but you're also like Spider-Man or some shit. Looks like it'd be a lot of dumb fun. Oh, this one just died instantly. I think it's called Andanta.
武器が壊れかけてる。もう少しだけ持ってく
We
れ
need to find a replacement fast. Oh, she's talking about the knife. They get that much of a shit about the knife. I'm kind of sus about this shit though. It's stuck. It's stuck. Hinako, there's a fucking. I hate when they do this shit, man.
これって
The invisible walls are like something small and like fucking trivial. They, for whatever reason, you can't move. Scanning, scanning, scanning room, scanning room. Okay, we're back to the parents' room, Daddy-O's room. Mom does her sewing. This is where Dad drinks himself into a stupor. Bandage. Actually doing really well, I don't need that. Nothing really in here, huh? Okay. That's where I came from, so this way. There would be a fucking tonsil. A steel pipe! Excellent. Take that. Oh, there's multiple tonsils in this hallway, okay. I hate these shits. These ones are really fucking annoying. The spitting ones, I'm gonna miss. Yeah, okay. I want to kill at least one of these. It's the scream. The scream that puts down the flowers is fucking annoying. Fucking die. Fucking die. That shit right there. Now I gotta sit here and wait. Give him a little shuffle. Nice hair physics. And that door can. Okay. I'm just gonna spam this shit. I'm gonna be here all night. Oh my god. Okay. Now I just have to go through. I got no stamina though. Look at all this free damage they're dealing. Unabated. Propane tube. Okay, it's not a propane, but the tube itself looks useful. That's for another. That's for the kitchen puzzle. A bird pattern. There was doors I missed too. This sucks, man. Fuck it. Nothing to it but to do it. Okay. Did he? It's so far. Holy shit. Come on. Come on. You gonna make more? No, that's beautiful. Yeah, just keep spamming that shit. Yep. There we go. Oh god, of course. Get the fuck out of my way. That's a lot of dolls. That shit's dead. Back, I didn't play a lot of the other Wolverine games. He's had a lot of games over the years. But my understanding is typically Wolverine games historically have always done really good. What the fuck? What the hell am I looking at? It's a giant doll. Oh, the eye is falling. It's like fuck, what is it? Silent Hill 3? 2? No, it's 3. We go down that hallway and there's a giant head of the girl staring. I should leave right away. Why? You just fucking... No, I can't. Look at him. He is not happy that I'm here. Look at his shame. Shameful. Oh, there's a note here. Page from Mom's diary. April 7th, Showa 36, which is 1961. I still have trouble believing it. How could things turn out this way? The rest of the page has been hastily torn off. I don't know what that is. It kind of looks funny though. In a freaky, oversized, I don't know what it is, kind of way. Okay, so... Yeah, okay, yeah, excuse me. I'll run right past you. I'm not gonna bother. You would fucking spray me. Prick. Go away. I agree, Inako. Just tell him to leave. Okay. Save. Last door. So what happened on this day? Did I get a chicken I can sell? I did get a chicken I can sell, excellent. Oh, I can get an upgrade, yes. The stamina. This will be very helpful. Okay, so... Final door. I want to finish this house so I can call her. Okay, this is the puzzle house. Excellent. You motherfucker, that kind of fucked me a little bit. Yes. I don't have enough. There. I forgot to get my sanity back. I was gonna say stamina. My stamina back. Never mind. Sanity. Excellent. Just barely enough. Okay, so tube goes in here. There we go. Propane tube connected. I'm not quite sure what happened. Block of wax. Okay, it's melting. And the key is revealed. Excellent. Fletching key. A key with a bird pattern on the back contains a melted piece of wax. Excellent. So, okay. That one didn't get me, but oh god, okay. That's not good. That's bad. That's very bad. Nako? Nako? Run, girl! Oh, dog's mad. Dog wants to play. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh my goodness. Oh, my good shoulder. My good arm. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking expire. My expiration date is approaching. Pills. 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 I wonder if you could do a pillless run. Right through the door. This is a classic tactic. Put down. You're next, bitch. Oh, I'm next, bitch. Die. Just fucking die. Get out of my house. I'm gonna play it safe. Okay. I hit the door. The doorway. No nonsense. The lock-on is kind of fucked, man. This lock-on is scuffed in this game. Might be better to just free aim everything. Exactly, so you don't fucking hit shit. Like, Jesus. Okay. That has been dealt with. We have the key. We have the photo. My weapon's about to break. Not too worried about the pipe, if I'm being honest. Okay. So. Photo. Oh, shit. That's new. What is that up there? Candles? Nako puts her picture frame up. Okay, so. Puzzle cannot be solved. I'm going to assume Hinako is either upside down or everybody else is upside down. Hinako's upside down. That was very easy. Okay. White bird and fox plate. A wooden block with a white bird painted on one side and a fox on the other. Wonder what it is for. I alerted the horde, huh? That's not good. Luckily I got something ready for him. Okay. The final puzzle. Am I missing a plate? They fight on top of the scales, right? So this one can rotate. Fox is in the east, right? The sword and the fox fought, battling upon a set of scales. The heavens themselves shudder at the ferocity of their struggle. Day after day, the sun rose behind the fox's back and set behind the swords, yet their fight knew no end. The scales upon which they fought were no more, having been destroyed long ago. Scales on the bottom. Can I rotate this? If the scales are no more, then they would still be at the bottom. Fox in the east. I don't know what this is. Yin Yang clouds? The heavens? Okay, so I have a key. Clutching key. There's the door. There's a door with the bird symbols on it, so I need to get to that. Do I gotta run through all this shit again? Okay. I'm not going down. Fucking insane. You can only go through these doors one way. Oh, at least I got a free pipe. Nice. Okay. Once more. Through this dungeon. It's the dark house. The dark house has a something. There's a door in one of these hallways. I don't think it's this house. It might be the next one. No. No, I'm not. No. We're not gonna do it. No. No. Holy shit. No. No. Oh, no. Okay. Is this the one with the door? This is the one with the door. Okay. To the end, left. It's towards the end with the fucking... Okay. I gotcha. Of course, there's a fucking tonsil garden guarding this shit. Can I save? Yes. I'm not fighting that. Oh, fuck no. No, 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 no. Oh no, we're not doing that. I'm gonna pop a fucking candy even, just so I have infinite sprint. Holy shit, there's so many of them. They're all over the damn place. Messed up my fucking house. Come on, come on, come on. Yes!
ふざけないでよ。
あ
ひなこお父さんはねひなこ
綺麗
の
事はやめて。私知ってるよ。お父さんの借金のせいでしょ。
あ、おお、なんだと？
おかしな人に騙されてお金を全部持ち逃げされたのはお父さんの責任じゃない。お母さんもあんなに倹約して、お姉ちゃんだって友達に笑われても古い服のままで少しでも幸せになろうって家族みんなで貯めたお金だったんだよ。偉そうなこと言う前に謝
Damn
って
it,
よ。
Aqua's not taking any shit
私
from
に
him.
お姉ちゃんにお母さんにずっと迷惑をかけてきたことを謝ってよ。
なんだその言い方は。
Uh-oh.
お父さんやめてくださいお願いしますひなこ
Shit, he was gonna hit her with that fucking
お
bottle.
惣菜を買ってきてくれる
だって
何でもいいから行きな早
Go
く
get some groceries.
今日という今日は我慢ならん。親のことを何だと思ってやがる。
落ち着いて
Oh, he threw that at her. What the fuck?
お父さん
Holy shit, he threw a fucking knife at her. Women get treated no differently than animals. I can see that. Jesus Christ. Blackbird and swordplate. Wooden block with a blackbird painted on one side and katana on the other. It's for Yokan. Fucking drunk. Okay. Alright. This is going to suck, but my horse is equipped, and my plum is also equipped. Drink my soju, have a good time, then I don't drink for a while. Yeah, you and me both. He drinks to fucking deal with his fucking issues. And it shows. Unfortunately for him, the drinking does not make his issues go away. And it doesn't make him feel better either. If anything, the drinking makes him feel worse, but he doesn't understand it. He can't understand it. He's a fucking drunk. Oh, Jesus. Come on. There we go. A new page for Daddy-O. Right. Last one was about the fisherman. I used to think it was just my dad who was like this, but after listening to all the married women around here complain, every man just seems just as bad. All their husbands are just as short-tempered, just as violent, just as useless, and do just as little to help out their wives. After learning this, every grumpy-looking old man in town I see reminds me of him. When I think that I was born and raised just to support these horrible tyrants, I lose all hope. If everything works out, they're going to give my father a lot of money. I'm sure he's desperate to use it to pay back his debts. My father is selling me to pay back his debts. You could chase some logical, let me just very slowly open this door. If there's one thing that I have an issue with this game, when you're opening those doors and shit, or even like going through the animation to drop, I was in a forest last time I played, and you can drop down from certain spots on the mountain. You are not invincible while you're doing those animations. You can still get hit. Then a page from Mamio as well. A woman's happiness begins with marriage. She told me that every opportunity she got. Am I supposed to believe that she's actually happy with the life she has now in this house?
Fear.
Today my dad threw a knife. Oh, why did it change? Oh, I see. Attack Apu! I'm gonna need that, thank you. Yeah. Am I supposed to believe that she's actually happy with the life she has now in this house? Today my dad threw a knife. He got stuck in the tatami bed. There are chips and dings all over the house. Every last one is from when he threw something. Jesus Christ, this guy, man. Is that what happiness is to my mother? Seeing her house in such a sorry state and full of scars? This is pretty fucking dark and grim, man. This is pretty fucked. And it's not like these issues are like specific to 1960s Japan. This kind of shit still happens in the modern day. But it is one of the essences of horror is to face these kinds of issues, even if it makes you scared. It's not just all jump scare. I mean, a lot of it is just jump scares to just, you know, get the heart going, but the themes presented are usually pretty uncomfortable. Stuff like this. Okay, so I have all the seals now. I can open this. The scales are destroyed. Sword, there we go. It opened, but what was that about?
何の話だろう。
I'm scared of lots of money in kind partners I must face. Yeah. I'm assuming the sword is the sacred sword mentioned in a previous document. There was some clan here that lost their they buried their sword at the foot of the divine tree, and it was lost ever since. So the sword is one thing that fights the fox, huh? I'm gonna assume that's some good old foreshadowing here. Pills. Trophies, nothing. Pine tree emblem. Wooden badge and engraved pine tree design. Oh.
シュウ君から電話だよ。今いないって言って。
What is she doing?
いるって言っちゃったよ。じゃあ買い物に行ってるとか言っといてよ。
Letters? What, packages? I don't know what that is.
はいはい、わかったよ。
The pills? Is she eating his pills? What are you doing? Okay then. Oh.
私が見えてるよね。とうとう私の声まで聞こえるようになったんだ。
The other Hinako is eating some of the frames up a little bit.
そんなとこに立ってないで入ったら、ちょうど話がしたかったところだから。あなたは誰なの？自分でもおかしいと思うの。自分で自分がわからない感じ。自分の気持ちが自分で理解できない。どういうこと？何の話をしているの？多分あなたは私で私はあなたじゃない、そういう気がするの。あなたは誰？私がひなこなら
Names are back.
あなたは誰なの？あ、ひなこなのは同じ。でも心はもう清水ひなこじゃないのかもしれない。わけのわからない言い方はやめて。何の話をしているの？あんたこそとぼけるのはやめて。さっきからなんで何もわからないふりをしているの？ねえ、しっかりと私と向き合って、ちゃんと考えて。私はね、あんたをすぐに殺すこともできたんだよ。でもしなかった。なんでかわかる？ちゃんとあんたと清水ひな子と本気で話がしたかったから。私たちは対等に、そして全力で殺し合わなくちゃいけない。なのにあんたは逃げ回るだけ。それどころか真剣に私たちのことを考えようともしていない。これ以上あんたが逃げ回るならもういい。もう今度こそあんたを殺すから。あんただけじゃないからね。お父さんもお母さんも殺す。この家も
Responsible.
この町も
Me.
消し去ってやる。
Sanako is losing
イン
it.
コもサクコも殺す。そしてもちろんあんたの大切な相棒もね。シュはどこにいるの？ねえ、シュって ってそんなに大事？あんたのこといまだに宇宙戦争ごっこの相棒だと思ってるんだよ。あんたのこと女だとさえ思ってくれてないんだよ。ただの幼なじみの腐れ縁。死んだって全然問題ない。シュウは大切な私の相棒だ。殺されてたまるか。
Oh. She didn't pussy out, she stood up to herself. That's good. Wonder how literal they were about fighting yourself to the death, though. That's kind of safe. That's a good spot to save. Like to finish this house, please. Items, no, nothing to sell. An upgrade. Sanity's max. Alright. If there's a boss fight, I definitely want boss fight items. So, plum. The horse, honestly, max health and stamina is pretty solid, so. Plum and pine. Fucking monsters. Oh, holy shit! Did you hear that sound I made? I didn't even know I could make that sound. Oh no, he's gonna eat me! He's gonna lick me! I'm back to the room. Pills. Oh my goodness. Okay. I hate these fucking things, man. Gotta pop these pills. Yeah, come on. Fucking damn it, man. Jesus. Okay. Let's pray. Okay, so I want to repair this. I don't want to fight the tonsil. There's no reason to go in that bottom room, so we're gonna beeline straight for this fucking. No, you didn't. You didn't just block me. There we go. Excellent. Don't be this. Don't. Okay, I was gonna say don't be a mandatory fucking fight. Oh damn it. Another house. What the fuck? Oh, Doom Guide with the tier 1 gift sub. Appreciate it, Doom Guide. Always appreciated. First take. Excellent. And Fearful Endless is your lucky winner this time. Sell this comb. Unknown area. Toolkit. Gearing me up for the boss fight, huh? Right. Capsules, of course. Always gonna have them pills. Papa Zanny. Look at the red kutsu. Strangling my house. Yugashi. Nice, nice. Bat. Excellent. Place the pipe. Alright. Don't worry, Shu. I'm coming to save your ass. Oh no! too late.
どうしてこんなことに。
Who the fuck? Ugh. What the fuck is that? It's got eyeballs in it. A feast fit for a very deranged king. Oh, it's mom and dad.
ひなこ遅かったな。今から始めるところだったぞ。
Protein, yeah.
誰のなんだと。
It's all protein. Sweet raw protein. There's a knife he fucking threw at her. We gotta fight Daddy-O? It's time for the reckoning.
それではご一同様包丁のさえをどうぞご覧くださいよー
Yo! Oh, she is very traumatized by this shit. It's time to stand up Pinako once more. Oh, no, get up. What the fuck? Oh, Silent Hill is fucking taking him this time. Alright. Yep. Is he the big boy? He's the big boy that shows up around town? Oh god. Get up, Pinako. You still have time before you can do it again. Just one more. One more time. It needs to be put down for everyone else's sake. He is the big boy, okay. Your woman act like Jesus Christ. Oh, Mom is fucking helping him too. Holy shit! Oh! I need buffs. I need buffs now. Why can't I eat? Buffs. Okay. Alright, bitch. It's time. Okay, this part you just run away. Come here, mommy. This is gonna fucking suck, man. What the fuck? Oh! Abuse. Mama's blind or suffering? Yeah. And she's taking it on me. My back was very jiggly at the end there. Four swings, and then there's a parry. Oh, thank you for the attack up. Yes, I need this. Ah! Oh! There's a knife in my butt. I don't have any kutsu too. This sucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, Daddy-O. Some kutsu too would be great here. The raid pull. That brings me back. By the way, I'm that asshole warlock who would accidentally cast Shadow Bolt trying to pre-pull recast. That happens so many times, it's so embarrassing. Here, Bobby. Oh, I can counter that, but I didn't. He's gonna fucking... I really wish I had the wolf arm right now, or fox arm. What the fuck? Ugh. Okay, mom's dead. Yes. Okay. It's just dad. Okay, you can stop screaming at me. I get it. There we go. Pop a pill too. Want some of these pills, Dad? You go good with your fucking alcohol. Come here. Need some of this. Ah! He's screaming at me. Oh. It's so funny because like I was thinking like the dolls make sense, I suppose. Oh, that's just a spare weapon. Okay, I don't need to use that. Oh Jesus! But the big boys, I cannot. I didn't understand it. Silent Hill enemies are very symbolic. They always are, but I could not for the life of me figure out what the fuck is the dad or the big boy. It's the dad. And when she sees, she puts down her diary. When she sees other grumpy old men, she thinks of her father. Oh fuck. Ah, he's got a fucking follow-up, of course. This is not good. I got bandages. Excellent. That is good. I have a kudzu tea. Okay. Now some chocolate. Oh, I did not want to get rid of it. Pure overwhelming force, yeah. And the knife is the knife that he would throw shit around the house. And all the big boys always had knives in their as a hand, like a giant chef knife. Oh shit, this could be... Okay, we're good. We're good, we're good. That's a two. Okay. Keep talking, big pile of shit. This young lady fights back. Video's got mirrors. Kill him with shoes bat. Oh. And the big mouth is because he would scream at her. He screams at her. He gets really mad and starts yelling. Oh, this balances. Swing! And you're dead. Run, you big coward. Did she nod? Did the mom nod? Like, good shit, Hinako? Proud of you, my daughter. She did try and protect Hinako, right? She actually did try and protect Hinako. In probably the most civil way she would be able to in 1960s Japan. Anything more, and I'm pretty sure the dad probably would have killed the mom. Mom's sister, or yeah. What the fuck is that? What? Oh. the hell just happened? Oh, the headaches. Oh. Not now. Something just ate their parents. I don't know what it was. There was some big thing in a white robe. Is that the fog monster? Oh, back in the spirit realm.
これを飲みなさい。少し楽になるはずだ。
私は一体
まだ体が馴染まないのだろう。よくここまでこらえてくれた。
In the real world, she does everything she can to defy.
皆様に
Spirit world's guy called her.
愛想を尽かされてしまうで
Offer
しょ
him
う
Alpha
か。
for his
そんなことは私が許しはしない。少し血色が良くなった。君の体にも合うようだ。
I like his nails.
これは
先祖の霊に備えた米と水を混ぜ合わせてこしたものだ。神聖な
Rice
力
and
が宿ってい
water
る。
contains a divine power.
Thank
そうか、気をつけて。そうだ。君にこれを。もう君が私
A
のもの
badge.
であることの
So there's
証
this
だ。
proof that you are mine.
行こう。君のために用意したものがもう一つある。
はい。
Oh, I'm sorry. I read that as sated, but you said salted. I can read English. Kinda. Was the white robe thing the competing god? Oh, it might be. Brooch. Very old and precious brooch seems to have a reassuring power. Because it did, one of the documents did mention that there was another religion that came in and took over from Inari. With the brooch, you're not able to open doors and boxes bearing the same design. Uh-huh. Your items here. Not gonna go much longer because we're at a solid part 2 stop. But shit, now I'm curious. Might be that the red flowers in the real world are the competing god trying to like enforce itself over the area. Because as we discussed before, the effects of kudzu plants. That's a little longer, yeah. 10 hours later. 10 hours later. The area has changed. A procession of foxes.
賑やかな絵。
And there's a leader inside that carriage. They're all leaving. Look at that forest, it's desolate. Notches, yeah. 2, 3, 4. Damn. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 notches, huh? What's this? Prove your intent with the crests 3. Show what lies deep within your heart. Let the light of foxes guide you. Offer the crests and lay bare your soul. Heed revelations and find the crests. Or I could just fucking save. Because this is probably... my brain's starting to get a little foggy. Take some time to process this information. Next time I stream will probably be on maybe Wednesday. Won't be till October now. October looms overhead. Okay, nothing to sell. Still my fox arm though, so combat's gonna be a lot easier here. Another one. The black bird wishes to take the white bird. The white bird wishes to resist. The fox brings along his followers in triumph. He notices not the two birds in conflict. Interesting. Well, Scenario has nothing to do with the area, but like he's fixated on Hinako, clearly, but whenever the red flowers appear in this realm, it's like he doesn't even give a shit. He just looks at her, just looks at Hinako. Or he just vanishes until she reappears to him. Okay. Well, those are mysteries that I'll find out next time. Oh man, the town is overrun now. I like when they do the dynamic title screen. I always get a kick out of it. Yeah, we'll continue this in a couple of days. Wednesday, I think. And hopefully I can actually beat this fucking game. As October begins, I have a string of games I would love to go through in honor of Halloween, the spookiest month of the year. Including, but not limited to, I already did Haunted Room 205. I have some Resident Evil games. I don't know if I'll go through all of them. I might save that for something closer to Resident Evil 9's release. I have this game called The Bridge Curse 2. The Extrication, which I believe is a Taiwanese horror game. There's actually a couple of movies based on these games, but I love the first one. Other than the end was a little annoying. It was a bad game, it was just that the ending got a little tedious with a certain chase sequence. I also have... I did the Bathhouse before. I have a bunch of horror games that I'd like to go through. And hopefully, they'll be thoroughly entertaining to whoever may so watch. I also have this meme game called Kinky Spiritual Affairs Bureau. It's like part visual novel, but it's also part third-person shooter. You hunt ghosts. You're a ghost investigator.
Fear.
But you get AR-15s and you gun down the ghost. You gun down the ring girl and grudge girls. Whole armies of them. Take this, thank you. I need this to face the oncoming end of stream. You might not know this, but I actually die every single time stream ends, and I'm resurrected every time it starts. To To bravely run away, yeah. I have this game called Butcher's Creek I'd love to try. I also have Spirit Hunter, which is kind of a visual novel and dungeon crawler mixed together, also paranormal investigations, and I think it's Japanese made. That'll be fun. The Lich brings him back as a joke, yeah. Exactly. I didn't know it, but this entire time I've actually been Doomguide's puppet. Wouldn't that be wouldn't that be quite the twist? The twist. I might finish Horror at Hyrule. I have Home Safety Hotline. I may play that. There's also a bunch of new horror games coming out this month that I might check out as well. Of course, we have Fatal Frame, but I think... Spoilers, I think Doomguide might be wanting to stream Fatal Frame, so maybe I'll just watch him play it instead. But yes, that is where I'm going to call it. It is looking real good. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to some of the releases this month. And the Steam sale is on, dude. I gotta go through my wish list, see what's on sale. So, that is where I'm going to end the final stream, my final stream of September. I'm about to be broke, yeah, me too. I'm also about to be broke as fuck. So, thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for coming to watch me play some Silent Hill F. I did not manage to beat it before the end of the month, but I'll beat it this week. I'm pretty sure. I probably won't stream New Game Plus playthroughs. Probably, but we'll see. Because I'd love to play other shit as well. GG's. That's my line. Here, I'll read out what you type. I'll read out the end of what you type after I say my line. Thank you for watching. And as always, Wanderers, take care and farewell. My fucking line. You can take my fucking line, man. Prick. Same fucking RPG. You might not know this, but the RPG command is dead.